Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? It's Erlen. I hope you're well. And thank you for that follow as well. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope you all had a great weekend. Mine was okay. Quite productive as far as a few things go. But we are back. And it is time to start doing more of this. Nuclearcraft. I didn't spend as much time looking into this as I had hoped I was going to. But then again, it also turns out I didn't really need to. So, yeah. We've got to figure out where we need to go with this from here. The first thing I do know that we need to do, however, from the quest... where's it gone? Nope, there it is. Yeah, basically, one of the ways that we can get uranium, and this is basically through uraninite. So we need to go and mine a bunch of uraninite, is the general gist of it. Chloe, Cephas, Birdie, hello. How's everyone doing? I did do a couple of things off stream this morning. Nothing major, literally just switching out a few of the storage cells for things like the iron dust from 4K cells to 16K cells. And that was about it. I do need to actually have a look at 256K cells because there's a few things I need to put into those. I think these are just IV circuits, right? Yeah, so we can make those now. Because at some point in the not too distant future, I need to move everything from, if I can find where the hell I am. Where are we? We're over here. Yeah, I need to move everything from these drawers into storage cells. Or things like the spruce we can just void and yeah, just most things we just need cells for them, basically. A lot of things there's not really any space or need from them for them anywhere. Things like these, the sodium. There's a whole bunch of stuff we got to sort out, but that's for later. Can't complain much. Won't do any good. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. Hopefully things are okay at least, and there's not too much to complain about. All right, so first things first. Does anybody remember where we left the miner? It's not on the moon, is it? Am I about to die? That's not a good sign. Oh no, it's the nether roof. Okay, what were we mining here? Anybody remember? Because there's nothing left here, but so I can't actually remember what we were mining. Oh, never mind. Either way, it's not needed here anymore. So let's move this. I do kind of wish I had an easier way of transferring power and setting this thing up to make it a little quicker. Right, I do remember that there was a uraninite vein near the old base. Can't remember where. Not here. I think it was this way. Yeah, if we can get this set up, we can get... Oh, hang on. Ooh, there's like 443. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's plenty of uraninite. Hold on. Where's that? That's a whole lot of uraninite. I've gone too far. Not far enough. Yeah, and of course it's in a chunk where it's full of water. It's fine, though. Let's make a little bit of a platform. Clicking the prospect thing, it creates a waypoint for you so you can... You can, yeah, it does, but I have had issues in the past where that's not put it in the right place. It's only happened a couple of times, but it's happened enough for me to not want to use it. I would rather do it manually. It likely makes no difference whatsoever, but... Hold on. Once again, I forgot to remove the waypoint there, or the thing there. There we go. How is your playthrough going, Guitar Lilin? Right. Put that there. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in this chunk that we don't already have storage for. I should probably double check anyway, just in case. A bit squirrely at the moment. To be fair, I've kind of been like that with some other GTNH at the moment as well. I've been kind of jumping backwards and forwards between a bunch of different things. Right, Uraninite. What are we gonna get from the Uraninite? Just Uraninite dust. I know I already made a larger cell for that today because I knew we were going to need it. So we have that sorted. I'm pretty sure we've already got thorium and silver cells as well for later on. So that should be fine. In fact, thorium, I know we... Ah. Okay, thorium we don't have. Which is weird because we've got 6,539 thorium. So I should probably sort out a thorium cell as well then. And then obviously Uraninites. We do have thorium we also need because we can use thorium for TBU fuel, which is another one of the fuels we need. Life's okay, just wanting to be spoiled, but who doesn't? Exactly. I built a massive system to take care of ores while you're offline. Latest steps will be to make it handle them optimally. Sounds better than what I set up. I didn't set up ore processing till way too late. All right, so anyway, yeah, we've got Uraninite. What else was in here? I'm pretty sure we have copper ore. What's that going to give us? Cobalt. I'm pretty sure we have a cobalt. We've got cobalt and cobaltites. What else do we have? Pitch blend was the only other one I'm not sure about.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed. 32 months. That's half a stack of months. Miss, how are you doing? How's your Monday going? Can you hear today? I think last time you were here, you weren't able to hear. Yeah, lead dust we have. And let's go and put you into the subworld as well before I forget. You can hear? How are you doing? Little Miss Misses. In the little black dress. There we go. Beautiful. Next to Picticon there. You working from home, just taking a break? I got you. I mean, everybody, I'm doing okay. I'm very, very tired. But that's pretty much usual for me now. Other than that, I'm pretty good. That's chalcopyrite. What will we get from the chalcopyrite? Pyrite dust. I'm pretty sure we've got pyrites. We do. Also, the other thing I found out is that we also have like 11,000 purified sphalerite in there as well. All right, and that goes back into there. And there we go. Right. And then we need to chunk load this. And then we are good, I think. Okay. So that is hopefully going to be getting us some uraninite and pitch blend. We had a bunch of uraninite in there already. Was there... Oh, shit. You know what I haven't done? I haven't actually given it somewhere to output to. Oops. That would be useful. All right, so uraninite and pitch blend. We want to be... Oh, hang on, before I forget. Let's just do a 16K... We probably won't ever need a 16K drive for the thorium, but we'll do it anyway. We're going to be processing the uraninites and pitch blends. I can't believe I don't have a thorium cell. Where the hell is all that thorium then? Because it's not in any of these. Is it somewhere in here? I don't know where that I don't know where that is. Like thorium is somewhere. Oh, it's there. I just called it thorium. Apparently. It's no longer thorium, it's thorium. Let's fix that. Oops. I knew we had a storage cell for that. But we don't actually need that anymore. All right, so the uraninites, what else are we going to get from this as we process it? More uraninite dust, more thorium dust, and silver dust, which I think we checked, didn't we? Yeah, so we have got silver dust, or storage for silver dust, and the pitch blend will get us more thorium, more uraninite, and lead dust. I know we have the lead dust one, so yeah, we just need to put all that through, basically. Although, what... We do have just I think a 4K drive for the thorium. Yeah, so I think I would prefer that to be a 16K, just to be on the safe side. Thorium hydroxide. Alright. Shift that over to the new cell. And get rid of those. Alright, cool. Let's go and process all of that uraninite and pitch blend. Or start exporting it at least. Well, if we just start with the raw uraninite, can I can just send that to there, can't I? Yeah, let's go on the right one. Yeah, so I'll start processing the uraninite. You miss playing Minecraft? How come you're not able to play it at the moment, Birdie? Okay, right, so that's all going through. We'll let it process that while it's getting some more of the other stuff in there. Oh, it's ground pitch blend rather than crushed. Interesting. You know, actually, let's just... I'll put these directly to here. I did have... Oh, one other thing I did change... today. There was a... And I don't know how this was working properly before because it shouldn't have been. But I did have an output bus on here, an ME output bus. So everything from here should have been going directly into the ME system. Well, like as far as the configuration of this was concerned, but it wasn't, and it wasn't. It's not actually supposed to be. I didn't need that output bus on there. But some things were going to it, and some things weren't. It was really weird. But I've got rid of it now, so hopefully everything should be fine. Hopefully. And we should be getting plenty of uraninites. I've got some purified uraninite there. That might have come from... yeah, that might have come from here. Alright, so those go back into there. That's obviously in need of screen replacement. Just have not gotten around to messing with it because of other stuff. That's fair. Hopefully you do manage to get to it at some point soon. Alright. Okay, so... what we need to do is basically... well, let's figure out like where we're supposed to be getting to. Like the main thing we need right now is plutonium. Or more accurately, what we need is... can we find it anywhere? Stabilized plutonium. Because we need this stuff, not only for the motive omnium, but we also need it for the tier 6 micromine missions, which will give us our first Naquadah. As well as... what does Caymanite give us? What kind... I remember this from before, but... niobium... trinium. Okay. So yeah, that'll give us our first trinium. But we need to get to stabilized plutonium. Basically. So we need... so what we want to do is make those. In order to make the liquid plutonium, we need plutonium-238 or this non-existent plutonium-239. We can get that through fusion, but that's later. This is the method we need to get it from now, from plutonium-238. We get to plutonium-238. Oh, wait a minute. Do we... oh... do we need... oh, we might need a different... hold up. I might have the wrong thing here. Hold on. How do I unfavorite recipe? There we go. Right, we need liquid plutonium. Wait, is that our only way of doing it? Or liquid plutonium 241? Because at the minute we haven't got ways of we haven't got a reactor capable of processing the HE, the highly enriched fuels. So can we get this from plutonium 242? Yeah, it looks like it. We should be. It says it should be able to, according to the quest, it should be able to do all of the low enriched, that's like the LEP 239 and what have you. Should all be doable. So this is actually the one that we want. So the plutonium 242, I think, which gives us liquid plutonium 241. I don't know why it gives us liquid plutonium 241, but there we go. Liquid plutonium 242, we should be able to get from depleted plutonium LEP 241, which we can get from here, which we can get from plutonium LEP 241. Plutonium LEP 241 we get from plutonium 241 ingots and plutonium 242. There's a whole lot of stuff here that we got to do. So plutonium 242 we get from a bunch of places. Basically, we've got the whole pathway pretty much figured out here. We've just got to figure out the details of it and exactly what we're going to do. How we're going to get to what. That's kind of what we need to figure out. Hey, how you doing? Are you back home now? So we just got to figure out where we go. And if we can do it with the low, like all from the low enriched ones, that would be great. Anyway, uranium ingots get used to make LEU-235 and LEU-233. Hang on, let's put all of these in here. Hey, sheepy. How's it going? I'm doing all right. A little on the tired side, but that's pretty much par for the course now. There's an impromptu break while you pick up a teenager. Pick up a... You might need to elaborate on that, because that could... out of context, that could be a little bit weird. So if we use the LEU-235, that gives us LEU-235. That gives us plutonium 241 nuggets and just plutonium nuggets, as well as uranium nuggets and neptunium-237. Okay, I think we do need to work backwards from this. I think that is the way we need to do this. Can I... Nope, that's not what we want. So it was the plutonium-241 we wanted. We've got plutonium-241 from plutonium-242, which we get from depleted plutonium LEP, or LEP-241, which we get from plutonium-241 and plutonium-242. Wait, can we not just... Can we not just... I take it we can't just fluid... Oh, we can just fluid extract that. Okay, so we literally just got to get to the plutonium-241 then. Hold on, let me... So, plutonium-241. Yeah, we just need the plutonium-241 ingots. Just the random ones? Okay. Fair enough. So we kind of need to get to that then, I guess. That is how we get to the liquid plutonium-241 for now. We will need to obviously kind of purpose this later and turn it into higher tier fuels, I think. Let's get to that. We can get plutonium-241 nuggets, I think. I'll go with plutonium-241 nuggets from LEU-233 and LEU-235. Get rid of those. Which we get from LEU-235 fuel and LEU-233 fuel, I guess. So we need just uranium ingots, and we need uranium-235 or uranium-233. And uranium-233 we get from depleted thorium TBU, like TBU, which we can make with just 9 thorium. And then the 2-3, wait, that was the 233, right? From the TBU fuel. And then 235, I'm assuming we get from the other methods. Yeah, this is from the uranium hexafluoride. So basically, this is the other thing we need to do, is making uranium hexafluoride, which is why we need the uraninite dust. So if we might need to make a second one of those reactors. Or we just process what we need for now and then worry about it later. For right now, let's set up a... Because eventually we are going to need to be constantly producing this anyway. So let's set up a system for this, because I think we do basically get all of the byproduct, all of these additional products in it, like the hydrofluoric acid and the fluorine. We get everything back for making those. So the hydrofluoric acid is basically 4 buckets of that is 4 hydrogen, 4 fluorine. and then another 2 buckets of fluorine. So we need to get from each one of these recipes, we need basically 6 buckets of fluorine back and 4 hydrogen. We'll get we'll get 2 hydrogen from no, we'll get the 4 hydrogen from the 2 buckets of water. So if we electrolyze that, that will give us hydrogen and a bit of oxygen back. So we will be making oxygen from this as well. And then the uranium that will give us the uranium hexafluoride, 1 bucket of that. We then take that and put that through a centrifuge. That gets centrifuged into 900 millibuckets of depleted uranium hexafluoride and 100 millibuckets of enriched uranium hexafluoride. Each of these, 1 bucket of them will give 6 buckets of fluorine back. So per bucket. So since we're making a bucket of them from those, that basically gets us the 6 buckets of fluorine back. And then the depleted uranium hexafluoride goes on to make uranium dust, which we can then turn into uranium ingots. And then the enriched uranium hexafluoride goes to make uranium-235, which can then be turned into uranium-235. And then from there, we can turn them into the LEU-235 and LEU-233 fuels. I think that's right. I think that's right. So those are the 2 fuels we need to make at the minute. So basically, first of all, we need to make the TBU. And then we just need to get the uranium, the 2 uranium fuels as well. Those are the 3 we need to be making. Right. I apologize for all the sciencey bits in this. There's quite a bit of it. I think we're going to do all of that stuff over on this bit. Like all of the actual kind of processing of things we'll do over here. And the creation of fuels we'll do in this chunk. And then we'll use those 2 chunks and those 2 chunks for making the reactors. Possibly this one as well. Probably this one as well. So that should be good. Right, first things first. Let's do... the thorium should be easy enough. The thorium is just basically crafting 9 thorium-232 into the fuel. And then you just need to thermal centrifuge the thorium dust into thorium-232. Now, we're going to need a few of these, or we just run them at EV. Because we need 9 of these in order to... Oh, we need 9 of these in order to make 1 fuel. So... realistically, and I think we go through 1 piece of fuel in like 4.5 seconds. I think I worked it out. Well, based on what a rough guesstimate from over here, because it was producing 92,231 FE per tick, and it made about 8.6 million. So that works out at about, like, I think it's like 93 ticks or 4 and a bit seconds. So... realistically, we can't make the TBU fuel fast enough to keep it running constantly. Which is a little annoying, because it means we're not going to have, like, we can't factor that in as kind of like a consistent fuel source. It's a bit of a shame, but it's fine. But what we're going to need basically is thermal centrifuges. So if we just do... we need 9 of them. If we did 9 of these, that would actually be quite a lot. I think if we just do... maybe... I guess we could do 9 H3 ones. And then that would give us 1 fuel every 27.5 seconds. Or we could just do, like, 5 EV ones. I think we go with the 5 EV ones for now. Like, we should, the power we're using to do this, we should be making back from that anyway, since we get nearly 3 amps of IV power from that. So, this should be able to essentially power itself. So, I guess the other option...
Oh, I see.
and I think a better
Run
option...
away, you yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Hopefully it does go well. The other option, and I think the better one that we're going to use, is we just make another one of these. We make a multi-block one. And that can at least run recipes in parallel. So if we do that, we might actually want to do 2 more of those multi-blocks again. Just so that way we can use one as a thermal centrifuge for making the TBU fuel, and then one as a centrifuge for making the for centrifuging the depleted fuels. That's probably the way to go. So if we do make 2 more of those, this might take a little bit of time to do. But I do think it is the better option. And it's more scalable as well, or more easily scalable. So if we just make another, say, 75 of those vibration safe casings for now. Or 73 more, I guess. That should be fine. Right. What about the LEU fuel and processing the uraninite? What do I need for this? This might need to be single block machines. I'm not sure. But it does need it. Well, the LCR, actually, we can do the LCR as an LCR. And then what we're going to need to be able to do is make the hydrofluoric acid and fluorine over here as well, which we can probably do in the same LCR. Since this is all just going to be cycled back round again, that should be fine. We'll just have to kind of prime it with a bunch of fluorine and a bunch of hydrofluoric acid. And we use an LCR for that. We use a separate LCR for making the hydrofluoric acid and the fluorine gas. And then water needs to be electrolyzed. If we just do that EV, I think that should be fine. We're obviously not going to be able to do it quickly enough to fully keep up with this, but because this should be able to run at, if we do have it at EV, like 1.25 seconds. Actually, it'll be considerably less than that, won't it? It'd be about 0.15 seconds, so it would only be running every now and then. I wonder if we could actually put everything in the same LCR. Like making the hydrofluoric acid, making the fluorine gas. I wonder how it would prioritize recipes. I don't know, but I think I'd prefer to do it separately anyway. Anyway, yeah, we need to electrolyze the water back into hydrogen and oxygen. I mean, we technically don't need to do it, but that would go at like every 9.35 seconds. And then the uranium hexafluoride needs to be centrifuged, so we can probably put that through the centrifuge, the multi-block centrifuge as well, because that would be probably running at IV. And then we need an electrolyzer. I don't know whether I don't know whether it's worth doing all of this. It's like a whole full multi-block setup for all of these. I think it's probably going to be worthwhile. A lot more work to set up, but it's more scalable if we need to use this in the future. To have like a multi-block electrolyzer, the multi-block centrifuge for this. How long would it take to centrifuge the depleted fuels? Okay, so we would need a dedicated centrifuge for these then. So we would need probably need 3 centrifuges. One for processing the uranium hexafluoride. And one for processing the depleted fuel, since these take 20 seconds. Well, we could put it at LUV, I guess, since we're only going to have not going to be having these overly frequently. We'll see. I think we will have all of the stuff for this on a sub network though. It's probably going to be easier to set up that way. How are we doing with the vibration safe casing? We're doing all right. Okay. So let's split this up into two sections to creating the fuels and then processing the depleted ones. For creating the fuels, we're going to need the 2 centrifuges. Which would be there and there. This would be taking care of processing of the fuels. I think we might have to... Are we going to be able to... Yeah, we'll be able to fit everything. We should be able to fit everything in. I hope. What else do we need in here? We're going to need 8 steel pipe casings. Oh, there was one thing I realized that we do need to speed up as well. I hadn't really considered. Our arc furnace. Our arc furnace is currently incredibly slow. Oh, wait, no, these go in there. Like that, don't they? Alright, so what are we going to need in here? We're going to need... how are we going to do this? Do we need the thorium for anything else? If we don't need it for anything else, we can just output to an ME export bus. Or to an ME import bus. No, it doesn't look like it's used for anything else but this. Unless we need thorium ingots for something later, maybe, but I don't think we're going to need to. If we just use an ME input bus, we're inputting into here. We need a maintenance hatch. We're also going to need some parallel hatches. We just make another 4 of those. We might... That should be enough for everything, I think. If we put the input bus there. We need an energy hatch. We're going to need how many of these? A few. Wait, we've got maintenance hatch. I'm going to need another maintenance hatch, though. Right, it's going to be a minute before we get those in. I am going to double check to make sure I have the setup for this right. It's the casings I'm not in the middle, I'm not sure about. Okay, no, they were right. Right, what's taking the time with these? LUV circuits, mostly. Oh, and of course the bloody laser engraver. And the cutter. Mostly the cutter. Right, how many more things am I going to need? Actually, we're going to move this out of the way. We're going to need one of these. We do maintenance. Wait, how have I done the maintenance and parallel hatches on those? Yeah, maintenance on the right. Doesn't make a difference, but I like to be consistent where I can. Alright, so yeah, we'll get the parallel hatch in there, parallel hatch in there. I am definitely going to be short on casings. I think that's going to have to move as well. Probably to there, and then that one can be... Are we going to be able to do it that way? Yeah, we should be able to do it that way to input the depleted fuels. We'll do energy hatches at the back. Yeah, we'll do the other input bus there. Yeah, I'm like 10 casings short. Although we haven't actually put any output buses in yet either, so... Right, I'm going to need to figure out what we're going to get out of these as well. This one is... We're just going to be getting the thorium out of here. Have we got a way of... Well, what's going to be the easiest way for us to craft that into the thorium-232? Since there's no actual crafter recipe for it? I think probably... Have we got sequential fabricators? We could do a molecular assembler. That is a good point. That would also work. And... Yeah, molecular assembler would definitely be the way to go with it. So we need an output bus. Should only need that. How you doing, Hubris, anyway? But things are not too bad at all. Aside from being the usual tired. You fell ill overnight? That's not good. Hopefully nothing too serious. Serious case of the sniffles? So not too serious, but still fucking annoying. Lazily Greg while being ill. What are you playing at the moment? Low fever. That's kind of the way I've been feeling for like the last few weeks. Star Technology. I did start Star Technology and made it... Where did I get to? HV? And then kind of got sidetracked. I started playing GTNH again. And that has inevitably taken up a large part of my time. Not too ashamed to... Why would you be ashamed to admit that? Why would there be anything wrong with reaching endgame? Working on wetware now? You powered through? I mean, to be honest, it's not a difficult mod pack. As far as Greg Tech packs go, it is a very enjoyable one, though. One of the things I did really like about it, and I'd love to go back to at some point, although I did hear a few things about changes they've made to a few things. There were a few bits in the pack that I didn't understand. Like, one of the changes they made were to making cable anchors. They made cable anchors more of a pain in the ass to get. Like, it's not just a quartz knife and an ingot of some kind. Like, what the fuck was with that? Like, some of the gating and the way they did things was a little weird, but the resource generation, though, and the resource processing, I really, really liked. You updated when they did the AE2 changes? Yeah, that was the thing that kind of put me off going back to it a little bit. I think if I do go back to it, it'll probably be... Oh my god, will these hurry up, please? And Quantum Star? Wait, didn't I make a chemical bath? Or did I just intend to make a chemical bath and never actually do it? Yeah, that's what I did. And it's still at HV as well, so... Okay, so chemical bath is another thing on the list of things we gotta do. Yeah, I'll probably wait until it's in a more finished state and there's not going to be any more huge changes to it. Before I go back to it. Right, okay, so what else was this processing? This was also processing the uranium hexafluoride, right? So yeah, you get the uranium hexafluoride. Yeah, then it's centrifuging the uranium hexafluoride and giving us the enriched uranium and depleted uranium hexafluoride. So we just need a fluid, an output hatch for that. Been enjoyable so far. I would kind of want to go back to it. So I love the idea of the essentially free resources, but you've just got to put the effort and the time into to process everything. I did really, really enjoy that. Where am I going to put the output hatch for this? Where's going to make sense? These do auto output, don't they? Although I'm a little concerned if I have the molecular assembler there, it's going to try and auto output into the input bus. Celestial, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna be stuck on well, I say stuck. I'm gonna be playing GTNH for the foreseeable future though, off stream. I've massively been getting back into that again recently. I think we do need a few more of these. I'm not too far into it. I'm about, I don't know, maybe 110, 120 hours in. Probably into MV now, but I've kind of taken a break from Greg Tech Progression to start working on Bees and Thorncraft for a little while. Is this going to output into there? I feel like it will. And I really don't want it to do that, so... We put it here. Wait, no, that's not going to go there. We need the... You got us about IV. Had solid nitrobenzene setup, great energy storage, and finally he'll support the multi-blocks for auto-crafting. You're on a GTNH break? Yeah. The problem is if I take a break from GTNH, that will basically mean I will have to restart. Because I'm not very good at going back to worlds that I have I've taken a break from. There's one parallel hatch. Right, so that should output the uranium to there. These do auto output back into the ME system, or they should automatically. So if we just bring an ME cable up there, we'll also hook up the output bus there. Did spend over 600 hours on that? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that doesn't seem overly surprising. GTNH is definitely not fast. Nor should it be, either, for that matter. Oh, that's the problem, though. That doesn't make it easier. That makes it more difficult. There's always stuff to do, but there's always so much stuff. It's just figuring out what to prioritize. That's the difficulty. I've never been in a situation yet where there's been nothing to do. It's like it's just figuring out what to prioritize. So at the minute I've stopped to get the basic B stuff started and try and get my head around Thorncraft. So I spent a bit of time over the last this morning, like a few hours this morning, just hunting for aura nodes. MV. I've got a basic MV setup. I'm kind of needing to... I need to update my power setup. I've got about like 12 and just under 13 amps worth of steam. 13, just under 13 amps of LV worth of steam being made. So it's kind of enough to get me through the very early game. I'm just in the process of... I need to do the maths for switching over to diesel. And then switching over to... eventually switching over to benzene. But I want to do diesel in between. Just because I didn't do it last time around, I stuck with steam. Like that, I'm not as crazy as JJ. Steam multiblocks are crazy. Yeah, that's... I've got to say, the early game now is so much easier. The early game now is so much easier. Like, last time I played, they did the only Steam multi-blocks they had was the steam oven. And now you've got the grinder, you've got the... what are the other ones I'm using? The grinder, the compressor, the centrifuge, the ore washer, all available at LV. Yes, they use a shitload of bronze, but they're all available, like, very early. And yeah, and fortune-affected ores as well is so nice. I don't know about speedrun it in the first day. You've still got to wait a shitload of time for things like steel. Like there is no real rushing it as such. Do I have... Oh, I thought I was bringing my ME cable underneath here. Apparently not. Oh, yeah, I do the same thing. Hubris. I do the exact same thing. Like, you can always go back and do those quests later. Although there is the quests and the quest detection of things is a little annoying at times. I have had to cheat a couple of quests that I've completed them, but I've completed them earlier than intended. And so they haven't registered, and I didn't want to go back and make another of the items for it. If it's something I'm going to be making more of anyway, then fair enough. But if it's just some random thing, then I'm definitely not gonna take the time to do that. Right, how the hell am I gonna get the ME cable out here? Because I can't really do it the same way as I've done it everywhere else, where I've bored it down from the center of there, because it'll just look ugly. So how am I going to bring the ME cable down? I guess I could bring it across, kind of like down, and then across here, and then down into there. Maybe, and then we can use facades to cover it. Can I make wireless? Connections yet? Oh shit, I can. Hell, that makes my life a whole lot easier. I don't know how much power they use though. I also don't know if I have any skystone dust. No, not a lot of it. But that would make my life so much easier. But where would I put all of the wireless things? That's the next question. You know what? Let's just... Also, I kind of want to make these just to see... Also, I've got to have to make skystone as well. There is not actually a way of making skystone. We just have to harvest it. That's it. Okay. Hey, Zedek. I'm guessing you're lurking, so enjoy the lurk. Windows says you can't update the OS because one or more of your games uses a too old version of Easy Anti-Cheat. Wouldn't it be better if the game got unplayable because you can't run that instead of the OS? Yeah, that does seem like a little bit weird. I can't imagine we're going to need too many of these wireless things. So let's just grab a bunch of this. And then we'll just macerate it and hopefully... this will be enough for everything we need. I'm assuming these still don't work cross-dimensionally. I'm going to double-check that, but... that'll do. Working and busy doing stuff, so hopefully it's interesting stuff at least. Right. Okay. Well, let's just macerate this. Do I even have a macerator anywhere? I mean, we've got this, I guess. I'm curious where that'll go. Oh, we'll just go into there. Perfect. Right, that should see us through for now. Does it specifically have to be white ME smart cable? No, just any smart cable. I'm kind of surprised I don't have any smart cable set up. Wait, it only needs... oh, come on. That's just awkward. I mean, I like it. It's nice that it's cheaper, but what the hell? Now I've got to do recipes for the small piles of redstone and small piles of glowstone as well. I mean, it's nice that it's cheaper. I'll give it that, but I don't really use them very often, so... no, same amount. Although it would save us a recipe, I guess. Actually, no, it would only save us one recipe. Yeah, they've basically made it so the dense one takes a full thing, and then the other ones take a quarter of that, so a small pile. I'll just do it this way, it's fine. Right. And then we need wireless. I'm kind of curious how much power this is going to take. I can't imagine it's going to take a huge amount. I mean, they are usually quite expensive, and I think it changes depending on how far they are from the source. We should make 2 of those. Right, does it tell us that it's... well, it's connected circling 2 networks like ME quantum link chamber, but with limited distances and can't cross dimensions. Okay. What's taking the time with this? Quantumize. We really need a better chemical bath. That is on my list of things to do. This is done in the chemical bath, right? Yeah. Come on. There it goes. Right. Actually, we don't even need to worry about this being, like, a longer distance, do we? Like, we can just put this, say... I can get in here. Oh, God, I'm falling. If we just put this in, like, here, for example. And then the other one down over... We'll put it down under here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'll be the center. Oh, you know what we haven't got? This. Oh, which means we're going to have to wait for another quantum eye now, aren't we? God damn it. Right. Chemical bath is going on the list of things to do. Although later. Right, let's see how much that is actually using power-wise. If I can find it. I kind of wish you could search this. 317 FE per tick. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm pretty sure we can handle that. Okay, right. So, grab more of those. That takes care of the power. Oh, wait, no. The input buses, we need to do this a little differently, actually. Because we want most of the things on here to be on a subnetwork. So if we bring just all the power inputs are going to be on the back, like on this side and over on this side. So if we just bring those connections off here, that can all be connected to the main ME network. And then we'll have the subnetwork in here connected to everything else. That doesn't need to be there. We don't need that either. We need an ME output hatch, which we have there. Right. Let me just get a couple of signs for a moment. Oh, I'm out of black concrete. What is going to be my easiest way to actually convert this? I have a chemical bath somewhere. There we go. Right. Now we've got a little bit of black concrete again. Okay, so this is processing thorium. Let's just call it thorium processing. So that's processing thorium. This is processing the uranium. I'll be processing the uranium hexafluoride. The thorium will just output the thorium-232, and then we just need a recipe for that. Put into there, as well as we probably don't, honestly, we probably don't need acceleration cards, but we'll make some anyway. Then that should output to there, and then if we... I need to set up the actual... That will be the center, right? Oh my god, we have not got a lot of space here at all. Especially if we're going to have multi-blocks on this side as well. There's just going to be a little alleyway with fuck all space in it. That's fine. We can live with that. Right, we're going to need a drive. This is going to store all of the things that we need to process in here. If we put a drive in there, we're going to need an interface, and we're going to need a storage bus. I'm going to need quartz fiber. Right. Interface can go there. Storage bus. Get a few more covered cables. Actually, we've got a few red ones. It's the red ones we need. Red is always my subnetwork. Right, this, we only need it to see... what do we actually need this to see? Thorium. And uraninite, I think, are the only things we need. Right, with the pitch blends, what do we actually need to do with this in the end? Just centrifuge it, basically, into more uraninite, thorium, and lead. But yeah, we just need to see the uraninite and the thorium, since those are the starting points for all of our fuels. We need a terminal. Don't need a crafting terminal, I just need a regular terminal. Because we're not going to need to craft anything from here. There we go. 16k uraninite and 10k thorium now. I don't know if we're still processing that either. There we go. Right, and then that'll be our storage for all of our in-between bits. You got so picky that you kind of got stuck on AE2 being your main system and refined storage as a subsystem. I just can't stand your refined storage. Honestly. I think a large part of it is simply the fact that refined storage does not allow you to partition drives. Well, it does not allow you to partition storage components or storage cells. Weird hubris. You definitely surprised me. Well. But yeah, the inability to partition storage drives, like it was a decision from the dev that I never understood. I think he said something. I think they said something along the lines of that you already can partition them because you can partition the actual drives themselves. Like, that's partitioning the drives, not individual storage cells. That should be online now. That should be online. Okay, so what are we going to need to store in here? TBU fuel for one. I'm just going to do 4K cells for everything. If we just do... Right, we're going to need to store TBU fuel. As far as the uranium hexafluoride goes... Do I want to store hydrofluoric acid and fluorine? Or do we just cycle it? I think we can store it in here. We'll just have small drives for them just to be on, like, for everything, just to be on the safe side. We shouldn't need it, but we'll do... Hang on, let me just put a, like, spacer thing in there. So we're going to need drives for hydrofluoric and fluorine gas. You won't need more of it. These will recycle. Because you're using 4 buckets of hydrofluoric acid, 2 of fluorine, so basically 6 fluorine, 4 hydrogen. When you process that, you get 1 bucket of uranium hexafluorides. That processes into 100 millibuckets of enriched uranium, 900 of depleted uranium, so essentially 1 bucket. Each of these gives back 6 fluorine gas. So between them, 90% of 6 plus 10% of 6, you get all 6 fluorine back. And the hydrogen you get back through the water by electrolyzing that. And so you can basically recycle it all. It's not super quick, though. That's the only downside. Because electrolyzing water is not exactly speedy. But we should be doing that in a multi-block electrolyzer anyway, so hopefully it should be fine. Hopefully. And then, yeah, then uranium hexafluoride then gets centrifuged. So if we store the hydrofluoric and fluorine... Nope. Wait, hold on. Hydrofluoric and fluorine will also store the uranium hexafluoride and the enriched uranium and depleted uranium. The uranium dust. Let's see, here's the thing now is... I think we do need to only store the uranium dust here. It never needs to be in our main ME system. I can't see any situation where we would need it in there. And then uranium-235 as well. And storage for those. And then these both basically just get smelted. And then used to make the LEU-235 and the 233, yeah. The uranium-233, though, is a little... Oh, how do we... Oh, yeah, the 233 we get through the TBU processing. And we get that from the depleted TBU. So we're also, since we're processing going to be doing all of these 3 fuels as well. I don't. Do we need to store the depleted fuels? I think we should have storage for the depleted fuels. Just to be on the safe side, we can probably just do one like 4K cell with the equal distribution upgrade in it for that. But we do want to store the depleted fuels, I think. So we'll just have one cell for those, and then we'll have ones for depleted ones of all the others as well. Then obviously we're going to need to do the uranium-233, uranium-235, neptunium-236, and neptunium-237 are all going to need storage in here as well. And then once we start processing these, the depleted uranium-235, it's going to be neptunium-237, uranium nuggets, plutonium nuggets, and plutonium-241 nuggets. And that was the uranium-235. 233 gives us plutonium-242, plutonium nuggets, plutonium-241 nuggets, and americium-243. So we've got a lot of things that we're going to want to store here. I don't think we're ever going to be in a situation where we're going to need more than like 4K drives on any of this, but don't get me wrong, there's flaws in both. You haven't tinkered with that part yet, to your memory, for the partitions. I know for a fact that you cannot partition specific, like individual storage components, only drives themselves, only entire drives, which is not the same thing. Okay, so with that, we are going to need... Oh, we're also going to need the fuels as well. I am starting to wonder whether it's going to be easier just to do this with a whole bunch of 16K cells and then just not partition it, but I never feel right not partitioning like that. But we would need a lot of cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that takes up almost an entire drive. Hey, Bobo. I guess the other way we could do it is just use 16K drives and have one 16K drive for all the various plutonium bits, and then keep an eye on it if any of them start massively taking over in terms of space. We can rethink it then, and then just have one 16K one for the plutonium, one for all the neptunium, one for the americium, one for the uranium, and so on. I think that's a better way to go with that. So far we would need... the fuels, I think we will use just what probably just 1K drives for each specific fuel. Well, the problem is that it's not quite as simple as that, though, Hubris. Because everything is going to be going through all of these, basically. And there are certain things that I'll come back to that.
Jack, hope you're doing well and getting some sleep from time to time.
Only from time to time, Crafty, but thank you so much, man. 35 months. Can we get some love and hearts in chat? How you been, Crafty? And remind me what your IGN is again, Crafty? Is it the same as Twitch? Why can I not remember? Almost the same. Kind of. There you go. Now I remember the skin. How you been, though? Hopefully good. Ah, there we go. Thank you so much. All right, so the reason it's we can't just level emit is because each of the depleted fuels gives a bunch of different things from it. Of course, I haven't got any of the depleted fuels here. Like these give uranium-233, uranium-235, uranium-236, uranium-237. Now, not all of these necessarily we're going to use straight away. Now, I would prefer to have... And we can't just level limit them because, like, what are we going to level limit? If we're just exporting all of the depleted fuels directly into another thermal centrifuge or over here, or another centrifuge over here, we can't really... It's not going to be easy to level limit it and say only extract this one at this time. It's not as easy to set up as that. So I would rather have everything in their own storage cells. I like to kind of make sure I solve all these problems like before they come up, or as many problems as I can. So I think the 16K drives for each of these is probably going to be plenty. There's never going to be more than, like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 different things potentially. And a 16K drive, 66,000 should be plenty. I think that should be fine. So we need one for the plutonium, one for the uranium, one for the neptunium, and one for the americium stuff. We will need more later. And this is the other thing. We're going to be expanding on this later. So we're going to have more things to store. So if we just make 4 of these for now then. And then we'll do individual ones for each of the fluids though. Doing well, thank you. Glad to be home today and catching some chat action. Well, I'm glad I can provide that. Right, now the fun bit is figuring out exactly what we need to partition this for. I'm not going to put destruction cards in these. Right, I want to know what outputs we're going to get from these. Like what various plutonium-based things we're going to have. There might be more later, and this is the thing I'm not sure about. Okay, so the plutonium... There's actually only 3 things there. There's plutonium-242 itself. And then the 2 nuggets. Plutonium-241 nugget and plutonium-24... just plutonium nugget. Those look to be the only outputs we're going to get from this. Yeah, the plutonium nuggets and plutonium-241 nuggets. And yeah, same there. So yeah, we're only going to be getting those 3 things from there. So do that. We'll just call that plutonium group. And then we'll do neptunium. It's got neptunium-236, neptunium-237. Okay, so again, there's only 2 there. This is the thing that I don't like about, like, when you bookmark something from a recipe specifically, it bookmarks a reference to specifically that recipe, rather than just bookmarking it as an item, so you can get the same item multiple times. The neptunium, yeah, neptunium, there's only going to be the 236, 237. And honestly, there's a good chance we're probably not going to be using 99% of this storage, but I just like it to be there just in case. Right, so uranium. I'm going to do the uranium dust and the uranium-235 dust separately, I think. Since those will just go straight to... They're not actually... they're not actually kind of from the fuels, like directly from the fuels. I don't think we ever get them directly from fuels anyway. No, so we'll keep all of the things that come directly from the fuels elsewhere, like the nuggets. And the uranium-233. Those can all go separately, I think. And I think that was everything, wasn't it? Uranium-wise. Yeah. There's a good chance this is going to have to be redone, by the way. I'm fully aware of this. All right, and then... just americium. I guess we can get this set up for the americium-241 as well while we're at it. Okay, and then the fuels. We shouldn't ever need to store the thorium-232. That's all just going straight into here, then getting pushed out into this and getting crafted into the uranium, the TBU fuel. I think for those, we'll just do 1K drives. Again, I don't think we're ever going to be in a situation where we need to even store these. They're probably just going to get used pretty much straight away, or at least they will be once we have enough reactors set up for everything. So for right now, we're only going to have 3 different fuels. I know, though, last year in a half-ish gaming hiatus kind of slowed you down to where you found a floor plan creation app just for tinkering around. We then got a massive modded Minecraft base idea from it. To get a bit started on a bigger project. Nice. Is Buildcraft still a thing? Not massively, no. I think there are some kind of somewhat similar mods, but I don't think there is a Buildcraft itself. I could be wrong about this, though. Somebody in chat might be able to correct me. Wait, that was the LEU-233 there, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That's what, 235? That takes care of all of those, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different fluids we need at the moment. So we need... we should do 4K ones. You can make pipes out of americium, it seems, yeah. Bearing in mind this is Minecraft. So silliness is, and lack of realism is kind of to be expected. I'm guessing that in the real world, that would not be even remotely possible. Enriched uranium hexafluoride. I did put the right one in there, didn't I? Yeah. Asking just because of two items in that mod, like the miner and the liquid pump. There are similar miners. There's a mod called, it was in all the mods 9 and 10. I think it's just called Quarry Plus. I think it has a very similar miner to it. I never really used the Buildcraft one though, so I don't know how close it is to it. Okay, so that's those. So if I just put thorium into there. All right, and we need IV inputs. Hmm. Why are you being a pain in the ass? Thorium thermal centrifuge should give us thorium 232. Have you for some reason not got power? Nope, you've got power. You've got an input bus, you've got an output bus. You just need to be turned off and on again. Obviously. But yeah, this is going to take a little while. It's going to be like 28, 20, well, 30-ish seconds maybe. Hey, Reese. Always the way, what, with the turning it off and on again? Yep, pretty much. Just want to make sure this works as expected. We'll find out. Oh, it doesn't auto-import. Seriously? I could have... Oh, that's so annoying. I'm guessing it's only if it's connected to a pattern provider. Oh, well, it does... to be fair, it does go... it does push down into a adjacent inventory, doesn't it? So if I did put an interface on there... Yeah, there we go. That works. And that gives us the TBU fuel. Right, we don't want to leave that going just yet. We just wanted to make sure it worked. So that works. Fantastic. Right, so the next bit we got to do... Let me just get rid of that for now. Um, uranium hexafluoride. So basically, we need an LCR. We need one of those. We need a bunch of those. We need... Another issue with the stupid distillery is crashing out your DJ2 server. We're now adding crafting recipes for all the outputs, such an annoying mod. Are those the bewitchment ones? I have to agree that that mod is fucking horrible. I was not a big fan of bewitchments. Right, we're going to need 2 LCRs here, aren't we? We're going to have 1 LCR specifically for making the uranium hexafluoride. And then another LCR specifically for processing the uranium hexafluoride. Or the outputs from these, basically. So yeah, we're going to need a multi-block electrolyzer as well, aren't we? You've automated them, not your fault they brick the world bad enough. You need to use MC Edit to get rid of them. Thankfully, I never had that much of an issue with them, but I have a feeling I had a much smaller setup than you do. But yeah, they are, like, that mod in general, there was just had so much shit. Right, so we got the IV energy hatch there. I just realized I don't need a chemical reactor for anything else, do I? We just need the LCR for making the uranium hexafluoride, and then we need an electrolyzer, centrifuge for processing this, then an electrolyzer for processing these. We do need an LCR again, don't we? Because we need an LCR for making the hydrofluoric acid. So we do want another LCR specifically for that. I guess we could arguably do it in the same one, but can you tell that I haven't really planned this out at all? Right, so what's going into here? We need an import hatch and an import bus. Divine Journey 2 was fun, except for all of the Thorncraft and Bewitchment bits. I'd definitely recommend playing it, though, especially if you don't mind Bewitchment or Thorncraft. Right, so we do import bus there, import hatch there. We've got the maintenance cable. Do we need anything else in here? Obviously the outputs. We just need an ME output hatch, don't we? In that case. Thorncraft, I'm not a fan of it. Like, I love the idea of them trying to add, like, more story into the quest book and things like that and make it more interesting. But it just kind of feels like It's always felt like they try to put more into the story than making it understandable. Well, you could just do what I do, Bobo, and just fumble through it entirely publicly on stream. That was fun. I think I did all right with it, though, in fairness. We finished the pack, at least. There are a lot of things I would do differently if I did it again, though. Oh, and if we're doing this, we can just double up the coil there, and that'll be fine. We need another maintenance hatch. Nope, not one of those. One of those. We need the IV energy hatch. Actually, would I be better off putting these on top of each other? The electrolysis thing is 5 by 5, isn't it? Yeah, no matter what I do, like if I start them on top of each other, the electrolysis chamber would just be right next to this, and I really don't want that. So we're going to be left with this thing here, this little bit of space here. And we're also going to be left with a very small gap to walk through here. Not much we can do about that, though. It'll be fine. Okay, right, so for this other one, we basically just need the other one for... Oh, no, we're going to kind of need that anyway, aren't we? Because we're going to need to... GG Hubris. It depends how they go with it. I've been playing with Thorncraft in GTNH, and it's obviously Thorncraft. I think it's Thorncraft 4. And I much preferred the way they did things back then. I thought I'm finding it a lot more enjoyable than I did with the later versions, like the 1.12 and on versions of Thorncraft. All right, so in order to get to these... Oh, Pretzel, what are you doing? All right, so in order to get to these, we're basically going to have to process... we're going to need to electrolyze the water. We're going to need an electrolyzer specifically for the water. I'm kind of going to hold off judgment until I see exactly what they do with it. Right, we are going to need an electrolyzer specifically for the water. I really don't want to do a multi-block electrolyzer specifically for that. So I think what I'm going to do is just do... How often are we going to need to run this? Basically, however long this takes to run, which is going to be about 2 seconds. So we need to be able to convert the water back, 2 buckets of water back into that in 2 seconds. Well, that ain't happening. So that's going to be our bottleneck a little bit. Unless I guess we could do... Even with the multi-block electrolyzer, it's only going to run basically at this speed. Do we want to do another one? Hey, quiet. How you doing? What the fuck is going on with Pretzel today? Really does not want to work properly. I mean, I don't think I need to worry too much about electrolyzing the water. I think we probably have enough hydrogen that we don't need to worry about it. So what I can do, I can just make hydrogen available to the subnetwork. And then we will continue to... I think we will continue to electrolyze the water. We'll just put like a couple of EV electrolyzers in here. Mostly just to take up the space here, because we need something to go in there. And that will electrolyze the water. And then send the oxygen and hydrogen back to the main ME network. And then we'll just export hydrogen from there. Because we're not going to be able to keep up with actually processing it here. It drained, how about me? Pretty much the same. Pretty drained. I didn't have a lot of... I didn't sleep well over the weekend. Right, okay. So, the uranium hexafluoride. So, basically, we're going to be... From processing this, we're going to be getting water back. The water is going to... The water from here... is actually going to need to... We're actually going to have a water storage cell in here. And then... Do I even want to bother with that? Like, it's really just the fluorine that matters. Hydrogen we can always get more of. It's just going to be... Why have I only got a 4K cell for hydrogen, though? That's one thing I want to know. Hold on. Oh, I haven't. So why am I stopping at 32K? I guess because we're not... I don't think we're... Are we passively getting hydrogen from anywhere? I don't think we are. Like, I know we had an issue with hydrogen before. I can't remember how we solved it. Water and methane, I think. How are we doing for methane? Oh, we're doing fine for methane as well. So let's set that to... it's just 64,000 for now. It doesn't get us in hydrogen, like, ridiculously quickly, but... We'll see. We'll see what happens. We will need to keep an eye on hydrogen levels, though, I think. Right, anyway, let's get back to this. So, this is just making hydrofluoric acid. So all we need in here is... an ME input hatch and an ME output hatch. That should be all we need in there. Let's put the input hatch there. Right, I think for now, I'm just going to void the water. Although... No, you know what? We're going to be getting the water back from here anyway. Let's just make a 1K water cell. And then we will electrolyze it. The quality today is very bad thanks to more Canadian fires. About 80 yesterday. Today's at 152. I actually have no idea like what those figures specifically represent. By the sounds of it, it's not good though, whatever it is. Right, so the water will go back into there. And then we'll just output it to some electrolyzers over here, and that'll be fine. We're gonna do EV electrolyzers. Go put that there, and that there. How do we want to do this? I've already got my covered cables out. Actually, though, that'll be fine, won't it? Because we still need to bring the covered cables over to. Actually, we'll bring it up there for the power. And then over to there. And those two are Ivy. Those two are Evie. Right, now we need to... How are we going to do this? Does anybody know when you've got... Oh, that's not going to matter. I was going to say, like, does anyone know, like, how it prioritizes which interface it will send to? Whether it will send it all to one or whether it will distribute evenly between them? But it doesn't really matter because we're always going to have more than we can process anyway, so it really doesn't make a difference. Well, no, that's the thing. If they're both the same priority. That's the point. Like, will it kind of essentially round robin it, or will it round robin it, or will it just send it all to one first? Come on. Thank you. Right, so that should send oxygen and hydrogen back to there. But we do need a cell in here for... we don't... No, we don't need a cell in there for the hydrogen, do we? What we need to do is put oxygen and hydrogen in here. So it'll store them in here. I have stuff to attend to. All right, no worries, buddy. You take care of yourself. Okay, so... And then this needs to be making hydrofluoric acid, so it needs hydrogen and fluorine. Which means... Right, we are storing fluorine in here. We don't want to bring fluorine in from the main ME system. We basically just want this to recycle what's in here. We'll just put about like 32 buckets worth or something in there. But we need to output fluorine. If we output like 4 or 5 recipes worth of this, which is just a bucket of each. So oh yeah, we can't do it that way, can we? Why are these such a pain to increment or decrement? Like, I want to do it by buckets. Oh, that will double it. Okay, that's fine. For control, scroll. You debate between Warframe and Cobblemon? Why? Okay, why are the stocking hatches better, Hubris? I was looking at them, after the stream on Friday, and I can see situations where I would use them. Yeah, that's exactly what this does. This is pulling. This will be pulling from the ME system. What the stocking hatches do is basically, unless you filter them, which is exactly what I'm doing. The stocking hatch will basically read the ME system, take the first 16 items or the first 16 fluids, and it will just output those to the thing. And that's essentially what it is. It's great for things. If you've got like a bunch of raw ores and things like that going into a certain place, you can put it on a subnetwork, filtered for only those ores, and then use a stocking bus, and it will stock, like, any raw ores that come into it will go into there and then get processed. As they come in, you don't need to filter them for specific ones. Whereas this, you're just basically setting it to say, take this from the ME system. The stocking buses in this situation would make no difference whatsoever. But the thing is, the only issue I'm having with it is A, I'm putting the wrong things in there. But B, is that it's an awkward way to change the amount in it. That's not going to change in a stocking filter. Like, I only want this to keep a certain amount in here, or show a certain amount in here at any given situation. I don't want it to just put whatever's in the system and make it available. It makes no, like, either way, it makes no difference. But for me, like, the stocking bosses and hatches will be useful for me in things like ore processing, like I say, in situations like that. Because they will just send out, like I say, the first 16 items in your ME system, or the first 16 fluids in your ME system. It will output those specifically. Unless you filter it for exact things. Otherwise, it does very little difference to this. I don't even actually know if we can make the stocking buses yet. Oh, yeah, we can. But yeah, keep 16 item types in stock. That's basically it. Like, it doesn't do anything different to this. Anyway, right, that is what we need for that. Do I need a circuit in that? I do not. Everything else should be just about right. So we need hydrofluoric acid in there. Oh, that's the input bus. No, that's not going to work. So we need hydrofluoric acid in there, and we need fluorine. I'll keep a few recipes worth in there. Although, actually, with these, we could just output as much as we need, so that actually wouldn't be the worst. Wouldn't make too much difference there. Anyway, right. Output bus is just going to need to output uraninite, so... That doesn't need a circuit. Okay, so... all we need to do is put a bunch of fluorine in here, and this should start working. Have I got an easy way of getting fluorine into the subnetwork without actually... making it visible to it? Because we only want a certain amount in here. You were not disowned this weekend? Oh, so you told your parents and they were okay with it? What did they think of it? Alright. And there we go. We're getting our uranium hexafluoride in. In small amounts. Like I said, this is not... Oh, right. Hold on. Oh, right. Forgot something. There we go. That'll take care of that. We're not taking care of the fluorine yet either, so we're not going to get the fluorine back into the system yet. Test. I'm seeing your message. I don't know what your test is for, but... Oh, right. It's not just because, A, there wasn't any chat, and B, I'm really bad at replying to things, was it? That will take care of that. We've got the hydrogen in there. Oxygen. We don't actually need to see the oxygen in here, but... There we go. Okay, so that's the uranium hexafluoride. Then for that, we need to centrifuge it, so that needs to go into here. And, of course, I put an import bus on there rather than a hatch. Oh. So basically just Twitch being Twitch again, then. Right, so that will take care of the uranium hexafluoride and give us depleted uranium hexafluoride and enriched uranium hexafluoride. Those then need to be electrolyzed. So we need to make this, which means we need a whole bunch of shits. Watertight casings being a large part of it. So we need, let's just do 67 of those. Strange. Does it seem okay now? Alright, so let's take care of the watertight casings. What else do we need? 6 titanium pipe casings. So basically it's Minecraft's fault. Let's just blame Minecraft. Right. Where are we actually going to put this? I kind of feel like we're just going to have to put it at the back here. Maybe what? 1, 2... Wait, that's the chemical bath. I was looking at the wrong thing. I think I've just made a whole bunch of stuff that I don't need right now. Yeah, that was daft. Okay, that's fine. That's what, 5 by 4. That actually would have fit in there, wouldn't it? Oh, no, maybe not. It would have been right up against the edge if it did. Your parents were overall accepting of the tat, and your mum was even marvelling at the line work. That's quite cool. Did they like the kind of the idea behind it as well? How many of these do we need? The non-conducting casings. Ah, that was daft. I mean, we're going to need the watertight casings anyway, because we do need to make the large chemical bath, but that was not what I was intending to make. It does mean that these are going to have to wait a little while. Kind of sucks. How are we doing power-wise? We are doing fine. Oh, okay, so they kind of knew it was kind of coming. That makes sense. Okay, do we want to start the TBU fuel going, actually coming through? Probably not. Okay, what else do I need for the electrolysis chamber? We also need 12 electrolytic cells. We're going to need the IV energy hatch. We're going to need a maintenance hatch. We're going to need a parallel hatch. How was my weekend? Oh, good and bad. Mostly it was okay, though. I spent a bit of time playing Grounded 2. Spent a lot of time playing GTNH. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I've been trying to find methods of making my sleep better. They're all methods I've tried in the past, but I'm hoping now that I'm a little bit older, maybe they'll work a little better. So far, that hasn't been the case. But I will continue to try. But yeah, otherwise, it was okay. Right, I am also going to need storage for the uranium dust and the uranium-235, aren't I? So if we just do 4K drives for those, I guess. I can only hope, quiet. Oh, hang on, we've all got the non-conducting casings already. Perfect. All right, and we need those again. So uranium-235 dust and just uranium dust. Maybe leave some melatonin from your system if you could. We can't even get melatonin over here. At least not easily. It's not kind of available via pharmacists. I think it has to be prescribed over here. Or possibly purchased from some shady places on the internet, perhaps. I'm not sure. I know it's not easily available, though. Right. Okay, so this is going down. Getting down here. It's 4 by 5, right? to be there, and then I think it was that block that should be the controller. Oh no, it's only 3 tall. I thought it was 4. That'll be the controller. Power can go at the back. Maintenance hatch. Parallel hatch. Titanium pipe casings aren't even for this. We need an input hatch and an output hatch. I think we have, I think like over here we tend to have much stricter control over things like medications, which is generally not a bad thing. Right, I'm 2 missing. What hatches am I? Am I missing any hatches or anything else that I need here? Don't believe so. So we do need... What was it asking me to... Oh, I probably would have wanted an input bus and an output bus on it. That's fine. Hey, Tribble. How's it going? I like it's more of a vitamin supplement, though, because your body already produces it. I don't know. I'm sure they have their reasons for it. I couldn't tell you what they were, but I'm sure they have their reasons. Right, can I make a few more of these? No, we're missing the accumulation process, because I still haven't set that up, have I? Okay. Okay. I did do the parallels for all of these, right? Yes. All right, so we need to output the enriched and depleted. Okay, now why are you not working? Oh, it's because you do need an output bus as well, don't you? That's right. Although that is still not what's going on. Oh. Wait, hold up. It's already working. It wasn't working probably because we didn't have the things there for that, so got the hydrofluoric acid there. Oh shit. I've just realized something that I did not pay attention to. All of our fluorine is getting turned into into hydrofluoric acid, and we need fluorine in there as well. So how do I deal with that? I guess we have to have this. Hang on. Let me reach out and I'll figure this out in a second. Here it's allowed, but unless you take it for sleep problems from ADHD or jet lag, it's not subsidized. So Kath taking it for sleep problems from autism has to pay the full bill, while an ADHD person pays like half. That seems a bit daft. Right. Okay, so how do I stop that from happening? We don't want the fluorine. We only want some of the fluorine turning into hydrofluoric acid. I guess what we can do is literally just take fluorine from there. But then how do we keep it from not overproducing hydrofluoric acid? Ah, shit. We don't want this overproducing hydrofluoric acid. How much did we... How much... We had 32 buckets of fluorine in there in total. So how much hydrofluoric acid would that have made? I don't think how we do this. I guess what we could do is shut this off when there is less than X amount of fluorine in there. That's actually going to be very easy to do as well, isn't it? If we do that, get an emitter, and we make sure there is always, say, if we put 32 buckets of fluorine in here, another 32 buckets of fluorine in there now, this will emit a redstone signal when it's below 32 buckets. So that will stop the input into here. But if we say stop the input when it's below, say 40 buckets, that way it's always got 8 in there that can get used up for hydrofluoric. That should hopefully work. We just need another 32 buckets of fluorine. There's probably an easier way of doing this, but it really doesn't matter too much. You should not be outputting. Why are you... Oh, fuck's sake. Well, now we've got a lot more hydrofluoric acid. Alright, that is set to emit a redstone signal when it's below, so this should be turned off now. Okay. Right, let's try that again with another 32 cells of fluorine. Which we got quite a bit of fluorine, isn't it? Okay. That is starting to do stuff now. We have got uranium-235 and uranium dust in there. That now appears to be doing stuff. This, however, does not, because I need to filter it, apparently. Alright, so... Right, so that should now be doing what it's supposed to do. Which it seems to be. We are now getting uranium dust and uranium-235 in. Beautiful. Does not work as you thought. You placed a belt next to an ender chest and tin pipes from the belt to the chest, thinking the belt set to export would export from all the chests to the ender chest. Not as far as I'm aware with the GT pipes. You would need a conveyor on each of the ones that you're outputting from. There's no kind of like retrieve option, as far as I'm aware. Because it can't actually, just attaching a pipe to a thing, it can't see what's in the inventory. Is there a reason why you don't want to, why you're not using something like laser IO? Is it just kind of like not really knowing how to do it, or was there another reason for it? Right, I'm going to stop that for now. Because we've got a little bit of uranium-235 and a little bit of uranium dust. I think both of these now, all we can do with them is... I think we just need to smelt these, don't we? Try to be cheap. Ah. Yeah, unfortunately, no, it doesn't work that way. It'd be nice if it did. Right, and now we're going to need a furnace. How are we going to do the furnace? I guess EV electric furnaces? I guess we could also do just like a diamond furnace. Would also work. All we need to do is pour from a pile of buffer chests to your ender chest. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way around it. Not that I can think of. At least not the stage you're at the moment. And Becky, thank you for the hydrates. And the posture check. How's Becky? What would happen if I did an EU peer-to-peer into the back of a diamond furnace? How much power would that actually draw? I'm almost tempted to do just to help fill out the multi-block area here, I'm almost tempted to do a multi-smelter. I think I'm going to. It's a little overkill, but it's at least expandable. Needing a hug? I sending all the hugs. They're only, unfortunately, digital hugs, but hopefully you feel better soon, Becky. But I'm doing okay. I'm mostly tired at the moment, but otherwise I'm okay. I think we're just gonna do these with canthal coils since we've got a shitload of them, and we don't really need anything more than those. Then we need a maintenance hatch. Do an EV energy hatch, I think, for this. We don't need more than that. Even EV is kind of overkill. And then we need an input bus. And an output bus. You're in quite in pain. Turns out making a shit ton of IKEA furniture and moving a room around in 48 hours does that. Yeah, so does me walking up and down the stairs, Larvae, but that's just because I'm in incredibly bad shape. Oh, it's too far over. Besides that, though, how are you doing, Larvae? You're in production, which is good. Have you had a chance to have a look at Grounded 2 yet, Becky? I played a little bit of it over the weekend. Now for more FTB Skies 2. Nice. Are you still enjoying the pack? I guess so if you're still playing it. I'm gonna guess these need a muffler, don't they? I can't remember. Yeah. You haven't yet? It's very, very similar in a lot of ways to the first one. There are some quite nice differences as well. Okay, and give this thing some power. There's one thing I both dislike and like at the same time with Grounded, though, is the fact that it's very difficult to become like way too overpowered for the stage that you're at to make kind of combat trivial. I think they've done a really good job of making there always be a threat there. You can't just get massively overpowered and just steamroll everything, which is what I like to do in games. So I like the fact that they've made it very well balanced in that respect. But I also don't like it because it means I'm not very good at the combat side of things, and I keep dying. Mostly to fucking orb weaver spiders at the moment. Alright, so we do need storage for like the uranium and the uranium-235. If you love bugs, you'll enjoy it. Quiet. Although they do like to kill you. Felt it was a lot brighter and more welcoming. Yeah, I can see that. Although I was very confused for far too long on how to get a grass seed. It took me way too long to realize how I was supposed to do that. That's uranium 235. And then uranium ingots. I don't know if we need these anywhere outside of this stuff. There we go. Right, now we have the uranium 235 and the uranium ingots. That is a good point, Becky. Okay, so that's that bit sorted. Let's go and... Oh, actually, one thing we haven't done yet, and I'm not sure how we do, we need to be able to take the power out of this and feed it back into as our power input. So how am I going to do that? How am I even getting power from these at the minute? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. Okay, so we've just got to get... How the frickin' hell am I going to do this? We basically need to get our main power network connected over here, which we should be able to do. As we do have a laser nodes over here. The only problem is it's going to look really awkward if we've got laser nodes coming across underneath here. I want this to be... I don't want it to be visible underneath here. So, how are we going to do that? What Y level is that at? 62. Oh, I might actually be able to do this. That's actually might be kind of doable. It was in line with that, right? Yeah, so... I can't tell if I'm targeting the water or if if it's not at the same height. No, so that's actually kind of perfect. Although I have a feeling it's going to be a little too far away. I'll be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're going to need to bring that into there, I think. Oh, it's really not that visible either. Like, you can't see it under the water. I guess we could always make them invisible entirely if we needed to, but... Yeah, it's a little weird. Thankfully, it is not that big of a deal, but... So that's going to have to go down to there, isn't it? And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Although that's not right, is it? Because it has to be 1 block down from there. By the way, the reason I'm having this 1 block below there is because we're going to need the ME cables coming from here as well. Hey, Freefall. How you doing, by the way? I don't think I said that yet. Right, I'm assuming that power has to be removed from one of the ports. I'm just kind of making that assumption. So I want to put this, I want to have this feeding into a 4 amp IV converter. So we might not even need those laser connectors, you know. Okay, that worked. Okay, we don't even need the laser connectors. We don't even need that. All we need is bring this from here. If we do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, this bit's gonna be interesting because, again, I've done this before and I can't remember how I do this. I'm gonna have to recheck it again on. Actually, no. I think I do know how to do this. I think I do know. Basically, what I'm wanting to do is have the output of this. Hang on, wait. Wait, hold on. Bear with me here. How do I convert? Oh, Jesus. Is this converted in the... Are these converted to between input and output the same way as GTNH? Basically, I want this to convert EU or RF back into EU. And I can't remember which way it goes by default. Yeah, I know the quest says how to change it, but I can't remember which quest, and I can't be bothered to try and find it now. It should, if it's RF to EU by default, it should be fine now anyway, but I am now curious how you do it. So I'm assuming it's the soft hammer. Which I have. But I've been playing so much GTNH now, and I don't know what the difference between whether it's the same. So I'm kind of getting confused between the two. Nope, not the soft hammer. Okay, I'm gonna have to read the quest. I don't think I need to change it, but now I'm just curious. Right, Steam Dynamos, the energy converter is a special device that converts between RF power to EU. They come in 4 sizes, 1 amp, 4 amp, 8 amp, 16 amp. RF converts to EU at 4:1 ratio, blah, blah, blah. Use a soft hammer to change the conversion direction. Wait a minute. Oh, that was... Oh, fuck's sake. That was... Wait, that was the wood. The fuck? Pressing the EU in 4 amps to out. Okay, so yeah, that is the right way. Right, so that should now be able to input into here. The only problem's going to be if this is ever full. There we go. 32,000 EU per tick should be fine. Right, so if let's just test this out again, make sure this works. Oh, we do also need to output from here, don't we? The depleted fuel from here. Ah, which actually gets kind of awkward because the sub-network's all the way over there. What happens when the substation fills? The substation should never fill. But we'll probably end up doing the same thing as we've got going on with the rest of the power generations. We'll just turn any of these that produce power off when we need to, or we can basically just, I guess, reroute the power when it's full and send it to a trash can or something. I'm not using peer-to-peer for it. There's no point in doing that. Easiest way to do it would probably be... storage bus on there, I guess, for... and then just put the depleted fuels on it. Well, we are using peer-to-peer for energy transfer, but it's actually not that bad. It's got the, 5% tax, but honestly, it's worth it. Like, we're not using a considerable amount with it. Yeah, they are upping the amount. I'm technically transferring both, but it's EU mostly being transferred by... Well, no, it is only EU being transferred by peer-to-peer. Right, how are we going to do this? I mean, I could bring this network over here, but basically all we're doing is inputting the depleted fuels, so... all we need to do, I guess, is... it could be worth it, but given that we already have the ME cable for the main network over there, we may as well just put a storage bus on here for the depleted fuels. And then just store the depleted fuels in here. And we do still need storage in here for the depleted fuels, because we haven't done that yet. So if your tests have been set up Mark II Fusion, and then wait, and wait. Yep, that sounds like GregTech. Right, I'm only going to do a 4K for the depleted fuels. And we're obviously going to have to add to this as we go. Well, no, there's no point in using the... If you're talking about the laser I/O advanced connectors, no, they will only transfer RF. So they won't be helpful for transferring a U at all. Okay, so if we then put... I don't know if this is going to work. We might need more ports on here if we ever need to... well, actually, we should probably never need other ports on this one, but... And are we going to need an import bus, or will it automatically push out to an interface? I'm assuming it won't push out to an interface. Hey, Rock God, how you doing? That's just wildly inefficient. Freefall. Like, there's... What would the benefit to that be? Right, so if we just stick one more of those in there, let's see if this... I thought you were only supposed to work with a fucking redstone signal. What the shit? Oh, you have stopped. Uh-huh. Might actually set up a bunch of active transformers just so that you've messed with them. That was something I did look at, but I couldn't see a reason for doing that over peer-to-peer in this, at least. Okay, so the depleted thorium has come into here, but it's not gone into... I'm a muppet. I mean, apparently, believe it or not, things work better when you actually connect them to stuff. I mean, just a quick tip for everybody there. If we take that out of there, and then put it back in again... Still hasn't worked. Okay. Why? Why have you not... Oh, right, that's why. Because... That's obviously not going to frickin' work, is it? Hold on. Does it need another interface? I need to go on a break, because once again, I'm like half an hour late. Next, I'm just like, why on earth would I want to do that? I no idea. I've made this really fucking awkward now, though. Oh no, mate. Yes, I've made it really awkward, but also it should be fine. We put the storage bus on there, and then attach that to there. And then set those to that. Set that to there. And then we take that out of there and put it back in again. There we go. That's better. It's a very janky way of doing this, but it seems to work.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, enjoy the lag larvae. I appreciate it. Alright, so we then need to be outputting... Oh yeah, we still need another centrifuge, don't we? Oh shit, that's not going to fit. Ah, hell. It's not going to fit. God damn it. Well, I guess we just put another one on top of here then. Fine. Right, we'll just put another one on top of here. I was trying to have it separated from these, but, I mean, it doesn't make much sense to do that, does it, really? I don't even know if we need the parallel hatch in this, but we'll put it in anyway. I think it was steel pipe casings we need for these, right? Yeah. Stacking isn't always the way to go, though. It all depends on what your goals are. A lot of the time, I base how I set things up not on... I don't know how many of these we need. Not on kind of what's going to be the cheapest. I will base, especially not in a pack like this where most resources are basically free anyway. I base it on aesthetics as well. Or if I have a particular layout for things in mind, I will work on that rather than... I'm just going to make a few of those. I'll do it that way rather than try and cram everything into as small a space as possible. I'm never late for my break. I just schedule them 30 minutes too early. I can't believe I forgot that we needed the extra centrifuge in here. Whose playthrough have you been watching? You're watching... Ah, okay. I know the name, kind of. Right, we'll get this centrifuge set up, and then we'll go on a break. Because I am half an hour late. I'm very bad at going for these things on time, apparently. And also, my keyboard is doing weird things again, so it might be time for cleaning the damn thing out yet again. I also need to make a bunch more accumulate processes. I really need to set up the automation for that. I just haven't got around to it yet, and there's just other things that are taking priority right now. Right, getting this set up, because I want to actually make some progress. No, the keys aren't sticking. It's... Well, it's kind of... It feels like they are, but they're not. It's weird. It's hard to explain. Input from mine was now pulled from the chests and sorted, and ores are input from the ore handling to handle. GG. Right, let's go, while that's doing its thing, let's go and make a, get a stack of black steel. That's stack of those. Stack of those. Honestly, I wouldn't bother centrifuging the stone dust. There's literally no point to it. Nothing you can get from that. There's nothing you can get from that you can't get from other places. Considerably easier. Like, centrifuging it, quartzite dust, you don't need it. Potassium feldspar, you don't really need it. Marble dust, you don't need it. Actually, marble dust, you do need a little bit. But you can just get that from marble. Biotite dust. Biotite dust is useful, but there's better ways of getting it later on when you actually need it. Metal mixture dust, again, doesn't really matter. Sodalite really doesn't matter. Like, there's none of that stuff that you actually need. Even the metal mixtures you don't need. Like, iron, bauxite is basically just aluminium, but you have to electrolyze it for that anyway. Pyrolusite, manganese, kind of useful. The other thing is, though, there's just, like, it's using power for very little output. Like, metal mixture, you've got an 8.25% chance of getting it. And barite, chromite, ilmenite, like, they're all, you get them all in such low quantities. I guess if you are playing like you are telling on a server, it might be worthwhile. But it just feels like you're using power for no real reason. Like, for such a small benefits. But each to their own. If you feel that it will help. It's certainly not going to hurt. The only other thing you can do with stone dust, really, is turn it into concrete. That's basically it. That's the only other thing you can do with stone dust. But again, as always, like, everybody plays differently. Right, let me put that through there. I'm a little confused why this starts without a redstone signal. I'm a little confused. Oh, wait. No. I'm so confused with this. Well, it's nothing to do with the heat having to dissipate. There is no heat. We've got a net heat of minus 8,786 heat per tick. But it's supposed to start, to need a redstone signal to start. Right, this has no redstone signal now, right? And yet it started. And then we turn it on. It didn't even have the green light to say it was active. It seems to wait until the efficiency drops to 0% once you turn it off. But that, even when I put the first TBU fuel in there after it had been turned off for a few, well, what real world time as the world while the world would have been open would have been like a few hours. It just, to me, just feels buggy. It might be that I'm just not understanding how it works exactly. That is definitely very possible. But it doesn't work the way I would expect it to. Here's the general gist of it. We should have our depleted thorium fuel in there. If we then output that to there, and give it some power. Hopefully, we should have a few things. Unfortunately, though, it does take 20 seconds to go through no matter what, so this might end up having to have a 4 amp IV hatch in it. There we go. Uranium-235, uranium-233, and some of the neptunium stuff. Not all of it, no. Some of the stuff that was set up before, and anything that's running lower than EV tier is running on RF still. I think I'm gonna have to change that to a 4 amp IV patch. As it's not going to be running very often. But that is now working. Right, we just need a way of making the other two fuels. And this is the bit that's actually going to get kind of tricky. Because there are two different fuels that use the uranium ingots. Well, there's actually more than two, but there's two that we're going to be making at the minute. There's going to be 8 going to this, and then uranium-235, and then 8 going to that, and then with a uranium-233. So we also need to be able to craft... wait. No, we've got the uranium-233 already, haven't we? Yeah. So yeah, we need to make sure we split this kind of evenly between the two of them. But right now, I know I said I didn't need a crafting terminal here. I don't want one. Because for now, I want to do that and make LEU-235 and see what we get out of this. Is this going to just start on its own? Yes, of course it fucking is. Because why wouldn't it? How does that make any sense? It goes in and runs for part of it and then turns... I hate Nuclearcraft. But holy shit, does that give a lot of fuel. A lot of power. Okay, we might need more than a 4 amp IV converter for that. 226,255 FE per tick. That is a lot of fucking power. Holy shit. 226,255 divided by 4. 56,563.75 EU. Which is 6.9 amps of IV. That's a lot of power. We should also have the depleted fuel in here now. We do. Depleted uranium. LEU-235. So that should give us uranium nugget. Actually, yeah, we'll get the uranium nuggets back. Those are then going to have to be converted back into ingots, I guess. Which was the one we just put through? 235. I've got to be honest, I was genuinely not expecting these to be as kind of good as they are power gen wise. They're actually really good. Holy shit. Right. Let's get rid of that and put that in there. Should speed things up a little bit. Right, am I ever going to need the nuggets for anything? So if not, I might have to rethink how I do this whole bloody thing, by the way. I'm still trying to get my head around exactly how Nuclearcraft works in this. I guess there is another option to make sure that the depleted fuels and what have you don't go back into the main ME system at all. Is we just use ender chests, and we have a separate ender chest that is attached to the outputs of the reactors, and then just send it back in over to here, and then just store, like, we have an ender chest somewhere underneath. Should be fine. Right, I do also want to try to see what the other uranium fuel is like. For now, we're just going to be manually doing this, I think, until... But we are going to have to get this to passively work. Right, will this actually just work now? That was 326,591, but it's obviously not a... going to be a consistent amount, because there's no way in hell we can keep up with the fuel demand on that. There's no way in hell we could do that. So, right, for right now, what I would like to do, I think, I do want to make sure we keep some uraninite. Oh, I still haven't gone on that break, have I? I keep finding more things that I need to get done before I finish, otherwise I'll forget about them. This being another one. Yeah, we want to make sure we've always got some uraninite left in stock. Just in case we need it, because we do need it for, like, pulsating dusts for various things. If we just keep, say, 2048 of it in stock. Should turn off when we meet. Want it to... Climb... Wait, what? Apparently I've turned off climb ladders fast. I didn't know that was a thing, but okay. And then we've got the depleted uranium, LEU-233, and we can put that into there as well. That will give us our first plutonium. Yes, I know what it is, but I didn't know there was a keybind to turn it off, is what I'm saying. Right, that will start making more of the uranium. Now we can start outputting the thorium as well. This we don't need to shut off at any point, so I don't think there's any other use for thorium besides this. That'll start making thorium for us. Give us TBU fuel. The other one will give us uranium and uranium-235, was it? Yeah. And then we'll, for the time being, I guess we'll just keep that stuff coming in and then we'll process it from there as needed. Ruby really thinks that you walking through grass and MC is rustling plastic. Why? What does she do when you do that? Yeah, any of these three fuels that we've got here, we can put through here without any problems, I think. I think for the time being, I need to not worry too much about completely passiving this. And just get what we need to get for it. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, these are going to keep producing everything that we need here. I do kind of wish we could stop this from kind of flickering on and off, but... Well, that's because you haven't got snacks for her, Quiet. I feel like this is a problem you've brought on yourself here. Right, I want to make a few more of these as well. Right, this is the last thing we're going to do before we go on a break. Just going to make a few of those. Kind of curious. Base depletion time 133 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't it depletes a lot quicker than that. Yeah, 326,591 FE per tick it's quite nice. Not sustainable, so I don't think we can kind of rely on that power for anything, but there we go. We are getting some stuff in. We have our first bits of plutonium. I'm kind of curious, like, do we need the plutonium nuggets for anything, or do we just want to turn these into ingots? Anyway, right, I'm going to go on a break now before I bloody forget. If you guys have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss any of them. I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Right. Cesare, how you doing? Oh, God. What's the keybind for that now? Hashtag, okay. Right, how are we getting on? Well, stuff's still going. We have got 17 thorium TBU fuel now. Right, what do we get different between these three output? Ah, shit. And that was the one that I missed. Yeah, there we go. Right, what do we get that's different from these? So we get the plutonium nuggets, plutonium 241 nuggets, and americium 243 from there. From the uranium 235, we get the plutonium nuggets and plutonium 241 nuggets and uranium nuggets. I think what I want to do. Welcome back and back in a bit. Food time. All right, enjoy the food, Tribble. A good me. I'm too hot at the moment. Is pretty much it. I am way too hot right now. Right, uranium 233 from there. Okay, I think what I want to do is take any of the nuggets that come in here and put them into a barrel. Have them stored in a barrel and then then convert them into ingots in the barrel and then send them back into the system. Or we have a packager or a packer here that will convert them into full ingots, because we don't need the nuggets in any situation, I don't think. So we kind of want all of this to be automatically converted into ingots. Right, let's make one of these. Hang on, let's make a recipe for it as well. Right, and exchange those. Let's walk up the big ass hill home from work. We spent half an hour melting whilst lying down trying to cool off. Yeah, it's started to get cooler here for a while, and now it's back to being somewhat hellish. Right, we do want a precise storage bus. Oh, okay. Cool. Didn't know that was a thing. That could be useful. This is what we want at the minute, though. We also need some other recipes. We may as well do a recipe for this. And a recipe for this. Or, there's an even better way we can do this. Oh, I still need to put those recipes in anyway. There's a better way we can do this, I think. Wait. Hold on. We just use an interface. Actually, we can just have this come up through from the ground, can't we, here? You actually want that as a full block interface. So we're going to need to get into it. Okay, and we need a robot arm. We need a filter. Ah, no, maybe not. We don't even need a filter, do we? Right, then all we got to do is just grab one of each of these. Wait, can we not? Wait, can you not use a packager for a packer for combining the nuggets? What the hell? Ah, well, that's annoying. Pulls things into and grab. Wait, hang on. Pulls things into and grabs things out of box. But well, you can do it with dust, but apparently you can't do it with those, which is just kind of weird. Okay. We can work with it. If we just do a barrel and use an advanced hopper upgrade, can we do these? That is the insert. And that'll be the extract, right? If we accept import forge nuggets, I do need the compacting upgrade. Have I not made recipes for these yet? I probably should do, really. I'm not going to, but I should. Right. Allow. Forge nuggets. Right, we want that to push and pull from the bottom. Right, this may or may not work. Oh my god. I've opened the window because it's really hot, and now it's just blowing a fucking gale outside. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Oh, would you stop jumping around like that, please? Right, that was the worst one I could have tested that with, because we can't actually see if it worked or not. It worked. Okay, so we basically just need to output any nuggets now that we get. Good time zone, Pat. How you doing? I'm actually going to switch that out for that one because why not? There was one other nugget that I should have had there. I'm assuming it's those. Right, and we just need storage for these. This is going to be kind of rough, actually, because I'm assuming we need the plutonium in order to make the next tiers of fuel. At the same time, we also need plutonium for other things as well, so tell your mum that the weather this whole summer for us has either been too hot and humid or pollution. That's about right. The functional storage compacting drawer won't really work, though, freefall, because then it can only compact one different thing at a time, one different thing. Because if it outputs more than, if it outputs, say, 5 nuggets to it, it's not going to work. This, on the other hand, should work with any number of things. Well, up to 18. We can upgrade the interface. All right, well, we've got a whole bunch of thorium fuel now, so let's just put this through here. And just let it do its thing. See, the thorium fuel lasts a while. And then we've got a bunch of uranium now as well. Although not a lot in the way of uranium-233, although that's what we're getting from putting the TBU fuel through. Okay, so we've got the basic setup sorted for this. Now we just kind of need to figure out where we go from here. I think we do need to start working on like the advanced microverse projector at some point soon. We could also probably do with at least one more of these. But I'm going to have to reorganize a whole lot of things. Are you doing good? How am I? I'm not too bad. Somewhat frustrated with, oh. I would say somewhat frustrated with Nuclearcraft because it's just a pain to work with. But it's not too bad, I guess. Yeah, this should be going through the depleted fuels. Getting us more uranium-233. Okay, so we know pretty much how that works now. Obviously, any of the highly enriched fuels or anything like that, we will need to get a different reactor for. Because there's a good chance they will melt our current reactor. But I don't think we need that stuff just yet. Also, I've just realized we never picked up one of those, did we? We'll read the quest for that in a minute. But I think that's pretty much what we need to do for now. I think we will need to do a lot more with this later. I think I'm gonna have the plutonium ingots. Oh, how do we want to do this? Do we want to store the plutonium in here? In our main ME system? I guess for now we do. Like this, I'm trying to plan for things that are like the future, and I don't know what the future holds. So it's kind of hard to plan for something when you don't know what it is you're planning for. Does make it somewhat difficult. But these will always be available on through that subnetwork anyway, so it should be fine. Okay, so if we set those on here. We have got this on oh no, that's on bidirectional, isn't it? That's on insert only. I'm really not happy with this setup. I'll be honest. We just make a few more of those. Hey, Matoko. How's it going? That's still going through all that TBU fuel. So this is why we need another one of the things. I also want a 16 amp IV converter here, I think, because we are outputting a lot of power from these. Better now you're home? Right, I'm going to have to get rid of you. And place you there. That should at least be able to keep up with all of everything. Okay. So how much plutonium do we need for the microminers? Or for the microminer missions? Because that's what we need it for. For this. So we need 16 stabilized plutonium. So it's only 8 ingots worth.
Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiets. Have fun. So yeah, plutonium-241 ingots we can melt. Just 8 of those will give us enough for one of those microminer missions. That's not too bad. How are we doing for uraninite now? Still got 28k. I think we can pretty much keep up with the TBU fuel at this point, almost. We could probably keep that going constantly. Okay. So, how am I going to do this? That's a good question. Not even sure dispensers would work. Cauldrons are kind of weird with interactions like that. You would need to right-click it with a bucket somehow. Pretty sure they don't. Unless it's an interaction that has been changed in the pack. I'm assuming you are playing this pack. Let's go down here and have a look. Mm-mm. Nope. Yeah, it's always been a thing with vanilla. With vanilla cauldrons, you can't interact with them in any way besides like actually physically right-clicking them. So if you have some kind of like automated user or anything like that, you could potentially do it. I'm assuming that we are no longer getting any more uraninite or pitch blends. We are not. We might need to go and change it and get another vein. Right, have you gone through this yet? I want to put some more of this stuff through. You know what? Fuck it. Why do you need to refill the? Why do you need to fill the cauldrons anyway? Freefall. Like, what's the purpose of the cauldrons? Is it just for purifying, for washing dust? I would honestly just make the ore washer. At least you can get byproducts from it. Or if you want it to go faster and not get the byproducts, you can do that. It would be worth it. Right, so which of these are actually useful to us? Plutonium-241 we need for... Is that how we get... Yeah, so plutonium-241 is the one that we need there. What are the plutonium ingots used for? Okay, they're also used for making fuel. But we're getting somewhere with this. It's probably gone through all that fuel already. I guess we could make this requestable. Like, have it constantly making the fuels, and then if we need plutonium for whatever reason, we can have it doing that. But I prefer to be making it passively. Welcome back, Tribble. We're up to 8 of each at the moment, which is not a huge amount. I've got to figure out a way of... well, I want to find out a way that I can create, like, spread the uranium ingots equally between, 2 recipes. One for, the 235, one for the 233. I think I've got a way I can do that. It's going to be kind of awkward, though. Basically, you'd just be having a couple of molecular assemblers. And then feeding into those, and then just have it round robining from an interface down here. That might be the way to go. It's annoying they don't auto-import, although it probably won't matter too much with this, honestly. And this is probably something I'm going to have to... I think like 90% of what we've got here I'm going to have to reorganize in the near future. When we know exactly what's coming up later on. Right, we can set those up, and then we need to output uranium ingots, uranium-235, and uranium-233. We can output those. Now, the only thing is, I want to be able to... I want to make sure, like, only keep a certain amount of these in stock at any given time. So, we're going to have to do this... Probably do this with lasers. Obviously, we need to get power into those as well. I think I'm going to do that from behind here, though. I guess we could do it from underneath. And if we did that... Couldn't even see it. Beautiful. Although we do still need to come up from behind here. For level emitters. Right. Connect those. You know, it's been a while since I've actually kind of had to do a huge amount with laser IO in this playthrough. Okay, so we set insert cards on both of these. We shouldn't need to do counting filters on these because there's never gonna be more than one lot of items in there at any given time. This one was LEU-233, so that's going to be uranium and uranium-233. And then this is going to be uranium and uranium-235. Then if we just extract from there, that will craft both of those. And what we want to do is say only keep like 4 or 5 of each in stock at any given time. Do I have things for all the fuels? Yes. Okay, so the bottom one was which one? That was 235 on the bottom, wasn't it? So emit redstone signal when it is below. If we just say keep 8 of each in stock, that should be good. So emit redstone signal when there's less than 8. And this one, uranium-233, emit redstone signal when there's less than 8. Hey, Dagon. How's it going? It's going to be on channel 2. That's going to be on channel 1. And then this needs to extract when channel 1 has a redstone signal. Only why are you not Oh. That'll be why. Because I shift-clicked them. When I put them in, didn't actually click them. Yeah, there we go. So we've got 8 of those in stock, and then we do the same with this. And there we go. Right, that keeps those in stock for us. How are we doing for the uranium at this point? Okay, we can actually do a lot more than that. So if we just do, say, 32 of each. And we do set that to round robin. I'll keep a bunch of those in stock for us. Oh yeah, we can't see the fuels from here, can we? And then we can take those out of there. Actually, we'll just run that through there for now. Put that back in there. There we go. Right, so that should hopefully stop us from overproducing either of those. I can't remember. Did I answer you yet, Dagon? I'm doing okay. I'm tired and a little bit on the hot side, but otherwise I'm pretty good. We are getting plutonium in now, which is good as well. Right. We'll set this up. We'll automate this at some point in the near future. We'll figure out how we're going to do that. We're going to have to reorganize a bunch of things. But we should be fine. And if we just take... What was it we were just putting through there? 235. We'll put half stack of the 233 through in just a moment. When that's gone. And that should give us at least a little bit of plutonium. Once we've got that, we'll start working on this. The advanced microverse projector. We need this for the next tier of microminers. I still don't know where we're going to set all this up. Because it's kind of... It is going to be passive. Your face is leaking. I mean, that definitely sounds like a cause for concern. Do you care to elaborate, Hubris? In what way is your face leaking? How does one's face leak? Aside from crying, that's the only thing I can think of. And given the... I was going to say, given the... oh, right. That makes sense. That is not bad, you know. Owl-wise. I thought I just saw rain for a second. I guess it must have just been the streaks on that. It looked a little bit like rain. Ah, there we go. Now we're getting some plutonium in. Okay, so we can automate that soon. Yeah. I do feel like we might need some more uraninite and thorium soon, however. But we'll worry about that later. But right now, microminers. And microverse projectors. So, I don't know if we're going to need to make this an actual recipe. Like, whether we're going to need to request these. Like, I don't know if we're going to need more than one of these. I imagine all of the lower tier microminer missions work in the higher tier projectors. So what we're basically going to do is probably just wait until we've got to the highest tier projectors and then make them craftable. Unless we need them in between, because there is apparently quite a long way before we get to that. Since those do need UEV. Yes, I am planning to passive the microminers. Ah, shit, something's broken. Are they... Is this one of the things that's still here? Or is it... No, it's down in... here. Why are you being a pain? Right, let's cancel that. Oh, because it uses deuterium. Can you play this pack up to LUV? That's pretty much where we are now. We're kind of on the cusp of LUV. Yeah, I missed that one with needing... I missed that one. God damn it. Okay. Right, so... Wait, no, we want to be over here, don't we? So microversium requires what circuit? No circuit. It should be that one, right? Let's try that again. Okay, right. Advanced microverse projector. Right. First of all, can advanced machine capable of stabilizing projection into microverses for complex missions into the deepest parts of space. Can the lower tier microminers run in these? Yeah, it looks like it. So we can tear down the microminer that we or microverse projector that we have. Oh god, I've still got to deal with this lot. I don't want to deal with all this. Ah. Right, let's get rid of those. And let's take this out. Do I have... Yeah, I don't want to waste the rocket fuel. Not that it's super expensive, but still rather not waste it. Right, we'll deal with the rest of that in a minute. So we'll probably put it down in the same place, pretty much. We're starting to get to a point now where, like, I'm not running out of space. I'm just kind of struggling to figure out where I want everything to be. Right, we need 47 microverse casings. We've got 16. So we need, what, 31 more? What else do we need? One of those. Okay, we've got everything else except we need 25 more diamond blocks. That takes diamantine in atomic reconstructor. We need, what, 25 of these? Right, where did I have an atomic reconstructor? I think I've got one over here. Wait, was that it? Nope. 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 There it is. How many do we say we were missing? 25? When can we get to the multi-block atomic reconstructor? The matter alterator. Oh, can we actually do this now? Ooh, I kind of want. See, I kind of want that just for the look. And actually, this is something I miss in GTNH. Being able to click on like the multi-block info tab here and see all of the multi-blocks in the pack. I've missed that in GTNH. Laser safe and great. Yeah, we could do this. It might actually be worthwhile as well. Right, let's see. That can go for now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll hook this up again when we know what needs to go where. Yeah, it is a very nice feature. I have been using that quite a bit. Especially when you're looking at like tool parts and things like that. It's incredibly useful. Let's put this down over here for now. We'll just put those micro miners in there. Right, I'm going to assume that this is just a big square, basically. Oh, I haven't got the grates. I need 3 or 2 more of those. Exactly. It is incredibly nice. There's so many nice, like, just like quality of life things that they've added to GTNH. And with some of the 4 amp MV thingamajig, and it's time to make 3 MV centrifuges. GG. You'll be catching up with me at this rate. Things have massively slowed down for me. Although not really, I think. I think things are still going at a decent pace. Okay, we'll figure out the hatches in a little while. We are going to need to make some more of... it is just tempered glass. This is one of the things that's really slowing us down at the moment as well. Is the tempered glass. Have I got a... I haven't even got a higher tier arc furnace. I think we're still... Although I do think we are still using an MV arc furnace over here at the minute. I need to get the multi-block sorted. Yeah, we're still using an MV arc furnace. Do I have a 1 amp converter? Yes. All right, so... That's at least twice as quick as it was before. Still not amazing, but that can be fixed. It's on the list of things to do. I'm assuming this is the way it's supposed to be. Obviously, we don't have any hatches or anything on here yet, but that's fine. Oh, I do need more of the grates as well. I'm assuming they go on the top, right? Oh, so you can have those on the top, so you can technically, I guess, wall share with these. Handy. And have them stacked vertically. Alright, so what do we actually need in here? I'm assuming we need an input hatch, input bus. The hatch will use an ME hatch. The bus will just use the MV input bus. Wait, what the hell's that? Oh, that was the... Not sure what that was from. I'm assuming the power from the previous microminer. I thought I removed that, though. Alright, we also need... I'm assuming these can run at IV, right? So we're making Signalum one. Yeah, IV. That should do for now. It can easily be replaced later anyway, if needs be. Although we do want the power coming up there, I guess. Alright, and we've got... that we can get rid of. So, input bus can go there. Input hatch. I'm actually going to put the input hatch at the back. I kind of wanted it near the input bus, but... kind of makes more sense to do it this way. I'm going to be missing a few things, aren't I? Why do I not have enough casings? We've still got an output bus to set up. But why do I not have enough casings? What am I missing here? Got the energy hatch. Oh, no, see, that says 49 casings there. And it's asked for 47 in the quest. And we are too short, so the quest was just asking us for the wrong number of casings. Oh well, never mind. There we go. Okay, and of course we did miss a slight bit of this. Namely, these. Did you form? You did not form. What are you missing? remember having vague issues with this before. What requirements do you specifically have? Oh, right. Hold on. That's better. That works. All right, let's go and give this thing some power. All right. Go. Beautiful. We have power. We need to output a rocket fuel. Okay, so we have our microminer. Let's make sure this works with one of the other missions. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that for now. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I want to move this over here. Right, if we put that... I guess over there for now. That is just our spare microminers. Or ones that aren't being used. What do I actually... Is there anything I actually need right now that we can get from this? Not from that microminer. Naquita is an important ore, yeah, but that's not one of the microminers we can make. Yeah, that's kind of what we were working towards with the plutonium, because we need the stabilized plutonium for those microminer missions. You can't really get the better Platline raw resources from it. I mean, not yet, anyway. Honestly, just mining out, like, kind of sheldonite. You can get small amounts of, like, laurite for ruthenium. But not any better than what we've already got. How much do we have radon being passively generated anywhere? No, we do not. Although we can use uranium and plutonium in order to get radon. No, I've been meaning to set up the nether air and ender air for ages, and I just haven't got round to it. I think I got burnt out on making distillation towers, and I haven't needed it yet. So I just haven't got around to it. And I haven't needed that much radon. It's not just Petro, though, is it? Like, where are we? Like, we've got, this was the first one. This is, doing, fermented biomass. That's doing oil. Wait, is that oil or raw oil? Yeah, that's doing oil. That's doing raw oil. These are all doing, that's heavy fuel, light fuel, naphtha, refinery gas. This one is doing, what the fuck is this one doing? Wood tar. This one is doing... Oh, this is getting charcoal byproducts. That's doing charcoal byproducts. That's doing wood tar. This one is doing wood vinegar. This one's doing wood gas. This is doing liquid air. I just haven't quite got around to... I haven't quite got round to doing them yet. It's like many things, it's on the list of things to do. It's just not quite there yet. Well, you don't have to do the charcoal byproducts. Has nothing to do with light oil. I can't even remember why we set that up now. I think it wasn't benzene. It might. Oh, I think it might have. I think we set it up originally for the extra toluene for making high octane gasoline. Anyway, right, we need to test this microminer out. I'm getting sidetracked here. I need to test this out with something at least mildly useful. Tantalite, maybe? A little bit of extra tantalum isn't a bad thing. Oh, or the scheelite or the tungstate one. Hold on, let's have a look at that recipe. What do we need? Titanium drill head, advanced power thruster. Do I have any of these set up? No, right, well, let's do that. Oh, that time you didn't actually do the right freaking thing, did you? Right, let's do that. There we go. Way we can at least get to the right recipe. All right, basic drilling kit we have. Titanium drill heads. We can do. Advanced power thruster we can do. All right. Hopefully we have a high enough tier thing for that. Wait, where does that get made? Assembler with no circuit. Gee, that sounds like another gender. Alright, titanium drill heads. What else do we need? Basic drilling kits. And this is one of the things we need to get passive soon as well. No, I know. What are we? Oh, right, the actual microminer itself. That would be useful. There we go. Oh, we should probably also set up a barrel. Ah, not quite where I wanted that, but okay. We're up to like almost a stack of each of the plutoniums now, which is good. Acetone. We did need acetone for some things, but we're producing that. We're making that elsewhere passively, just to kind of supplement what we were getting from everything else. Oh, you take so long. But at least we know it works. That was the main thing. Come on, you got to be almost done now. There we go. Right. So at least we know the lower tier ones work. Like, not that there was any real question about that, but I was curious. Right. Where are we going? We're going over here. Right, how are we doing for the uranium? We are making a decent amount of the uranium. Let's put another lot of the 235 through. And then we'll start looking at what we need for the actual next microminer. So for that, we need signalum double plates. So let's get those making. Right. I still don't know where all my my double plate recipes went. We have 16 amp energy, 16 amp energy hatch. I feel like ZPM power might be a little overkill at the moment, especially since how much would that be? I mean, although, to be fair, 16 amps of IV, we could actually handle that relatively easily. 131,072 EU per tick. We could handle that. Well, you can do that, but then that just means making the pattern, going into here, taking the pattern modified, putting the pattern in there, pressing it a couple of times, taking it out. It's just a lot of extra steps that doesn't save any time whatsoever. Like it just doesn't save any time. Anyway, right, let's read some of these quests that I've actually completed and haven't actually paid any attention to. Right, qubit CPUs are an advanced circuit wafer crucial for quantum circuits. There are two methods of creating them. The simpler requires recipe uses 2 quantum eyes and 2 ingots worth of molten gallium arsenide to enhance a nano CPU wafer. This recipe is slow and requires substantially more radon per craft. The other route instead uses indium gallium phosphide and a tiny amount of radon that skips the slow crafting quantum eyes, using far less radon in the process, but requires the infrastructure in place for obtaining indium. The second route is overall better, and you will need indium processing to complete the pack, so might as well do it. Well, we kind of already... I didn't actually even realize there was a second option for this. I didn't even notice this. We went straight to that one, so that's fine. Yeah, that's what I did when I moved them. When I moved mine over as well, Chloe. But obviously, when we're just doing a single recipe like that, when we're making the recipe, I may as well just make the recipe for the right things rather than make the recipe and then modify it and then put it back in again. It's just an extra step for no reason. So we didn't bother. Right, okay, so we've got that. And what even was that? Oh, money nickel, okay. Double plates required for the next 2 tiers of microminers. Beautiful, okay. So, speaking of microminers and the next tiers, the signalum plated is the next step. So, I'm going to get rid of all of this junk because we're probably not going to need it just yet. That was probably the unofficial extended life, the version that used to be devved by Prototype Trousers. I don't think he still does. I think he's either kind of moved on from it or passed it on to somebody else. I'm not sure. Anyway, what can we actually get with this one? We can start getting stellar creation data. Oil sands and grains of infinity. Thorium is going to be could be useful anyway, at least. Iron, copper, and gold in larger quantities. Lapis, coal, and redstone. Most of these are like really only useful for like hard mode. Except this one would be useful because these are all platline ones, but we do need Wither Realm data for that. Petroleum dust, which is fine. Cobalt brass drill heads should be fine. The advanced drilling kits should be fine. We still haven't got quantum flux passive, though. We could really do with that. Oh, could this give us a use for Cinnabar? We'd need to get to Mercury first, though. That might give us a use for Cinnabar, though. Anyway, right, let's make... What do we need for this? So we need the basic microminer guidance system. I'm pretty sure we had that set up. So we've got that. Reinforced mining lasers. We have not set those up yet. We only have the basic mining lasers. Yeah, because this needed... I don't think it's worth setting this up, like, or I don't think it's worth automating this. It might be, but given that these don't get used up, well, technically you get 2 screws if you put it in the lathe. Right, how do we want to do this? Do I want to automate this? Are these used in a lot more of the microminers or in a lot of other places? They're used in 3 of the microminers, but then the reinforced laser miners are used to make the supercharged ones, which are then used in a bunch of miners. So yeah, let's set the automation up for that. If we're going to need it more than a few times, it's going to be worth doing. So... Packaged auto. Oh, God, I've got to remember how packaged auto works now as well, don't I? It's been a while since I've used it. Should be fine, though. Now that you have HSSG, you can begin automating extended crafting recipes in an easier way than before. Yes, yes, we can. You know I don't ask for help, Hubris. Okay. Oh, and if I need confusion about the matter, absolutely, yes. Okay, right. So we're going to have to set... We've got a few more recipes to set up here. So, we're only going to need... We're not going to need, like, a ton of these, because each of these patterns can hold multiple recipes. You have been around for a little bit, Hubris, just a little bit. All right, so all that's all craftable already. Oh, it needs to be the advanced auto crafting table. That explains that. Do I want to make these requests craftable? I guess yes, because there's a chance we're going to need more of them. In fact, there's probably if Monifactory is anything to go by, there's a very good chance we're going to need more of them. I remember needing quite a lot of them in Nomi. Right, these are all just pattern crafts, right? Rather than processing. All right, so then we just need that. Which needs the crystalline component. Oh, crystalline. How do we get... Oh. Okay, so we're going to need to make some crystalline first, then. Right. So if we make 4 stacks... The biggest problem here is going to be the lapis. That's actually going to be the biggest problem here. We have 60 lapis right now. 60 plus 12 blocks. Lapis is actually a real pain to get, believe it or not. I'm almost tempted to just, you know what, I'm just going to buy a bunch and then just smelt it. That's a little better. That's a bit more like it. Also, how are we doing TPS-wise now? 11.489. Oh, we've lost 0.89... Sorry, 0.089. Or should I say, I guess we've gained 0.089 milliseconds per tick. I don't know how we'll cope. Crystal team. Or steam turbine progress made. GG. I have a feeling one of your biggest problems will be not thinking grand enough for... Maybe. There you go. Yes, I did use those at the start. In fact, I used those all the way up to HV. There's not a centrifuge, I don't think. I don't think there's a multi-block centrifuge. Oh, no, wait, is there? I don't know. I didn't use the centrifuge, if there is one. Hang on, now I'm curious. I did use the steam grinder. There's a steam oven. What's that? Oh, wooden multi-block tank. Okay. I know there is a centrifuge in GTNH, but maybe not in here. Unless I went past it somehow. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, steam separator. Ah, nice. I actually didn't know that was a thing. I haven't needed it. Oh, right, we were making... I was going to make 4 stacks of crystal team. Until just that should see us through until we can automate it. All right, so... Oh, wait, am I... Oh, shit, I'm a table 2... Oh, wait, hang on. Never mind. It's over here. Ignore me. I'm hoping this isn't too shaped in that I can't... That if I don't have it at the exact right height. I do need 2 stacks of nether stars, though. This might take a little while. Oh. Never mind. I forgot I had everything set up for that already. This might take a while. Half a second later. No, it's done. Never mind. Right, 10 stacks of lapis. And then 4 stacks of gold, 4 stacks of iron. There's so many things I need to get sorted out. Like, I need to get the actual proper story sorted out for all the ingots and what have you. I keep meaning to do 256k drives for all the ingots. I just haven't got around to it yet. There we go. 4 stacks of crystal tea. How is that not a quest? Or is it a quest and I've just missed prerequisites? Be in there if it was anywhere. Nope. Doesn't look to be a quest. Okay. Anyway, right. So we've got that. We need to make the crystal team components. Everything there should be craftable already, except the HSSG plate. Your base is a mess. So is mine. Mine's fucking awful. That's just a crafting recipe, right? Yeah. I'm actually going to have to add more pattern providers soon. All right, redstone components. Ooh, redstone plates. Actually, I don't need that in the cutter, do I? Oh, all these need to get moved over to the multi-block as well, don't they? Sorry about that. Right, everything should be craftable for that now. Okay, we should be good. Yeah. All right, so... What's it actually called? Advanced Packaged Crafter. Wait, do I need to make the prerequisite bits of these for anything else? Before I do this? For any other quests? Don't? Oh, I need the... Oh, we need any auto-crafting table. So yeah, if we make that first... Oh, right, I moved all the glowstone into... Yeah, I moved all the glowstone so it was in a storage cell rather than a drawer. So we need a recipe for the glowstone as well. Slightly organized chaos. That's the best kind of chaos. Now you're going to let me do this. You are. And what's going to take the time for you? Not much. Except the HSSG. That was always going to take the time, wasn't it? None shall touch it, or they will feel the wrath of a true thaumaturge. Although not in Star Technology, they won't. Oh, wait, why are you... Why? Oh, I forgot to take the fluids out of these. I guess we cancel that. Remove all the fluids. And put them back again. And then let's try that again. Right, is that going to complete that quest? It is. Excellent. We didn't get any rewards for it, but it is at least completed. And then we need to turn it into the advanced package crafter. Always have your meatball craft world you can flee to. there is that, I guess, yeah. Alright, I'm going to put that in there for now. Right, we also need the other things for this as well, don't we? And I've got to remember how the fuck this works. So, we need the package, we need a package recipe encoder. We need the packager, and we need the unpackager for each of them. Positioned package distributor. I don't know what all of these extra blocks are. Like, I know what the package recipe encoder is. I know what the packager is. I know what the packager the unpackager is. I think I know what the packager extension is. For the positioned package distributor. I'm going to have to look that up later. We don't need it. I don't think we need it right now, though. We do, however, need this. Package recipe holder. Crystal team blocks for those. Ouch. And why does it do them in 3s? That's kind of weird to have them done in 3s. I'm not going to lie. Because you need, if I remember rightly, you need 2 of them. One to go in the packager and one to go in the unpackager. I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I've used this, so I'm genuinely not sure. The hell is that? Wait, you can do brewing stand recipes? Oh, is that? No, that's just ordered. Positioned, crafting, basic, advanced, elite, ultimate, ender, flux. Okay, hold on. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, right. That's the packaging coder. If we make, say, one more lot of those, that should give us 4 of them. We need the packager. Why will you not give me the circuits I want in here? Why will you not give me the universal ones? Why are you like this? Import bus. I thought I'd made an import bus, actually. Makes a recipe for it. I think that was the only thing we're missing. We've got the packager. Or we will have the packager. And then we need the unpackager. I don't think these need to be kept together. But it's just kind of a little easier to. Where are we doing? EV universal circuits. Mike, I really need to get a new keyboard. Mine keeps like double, like having a lot, almost like the keys are kind of stayed pressed down or pressed down when I've not even touched the key. And I'm also getting kind of like double presses on certain keys occasionally as well. It's kind of time I got something new. I might have to start looking into it. Anyway, there we go. Unpackager. Right, so I think the way you generally set these up is... I think so long as they're on the same network, it doesn't matter. But I think I generally do like packager, unpackager, and then whatever's being connected to it. And then you need the recipes in both there and there. And then feed them into that, and then they should, I think, just push them out into the ME system. So let's see if we can do that. So these are going in the advanced package crafter. So there. And we are making these. Is there anything else that goes in the advanced crafter specifically that we might need to make? The Omnic Forge, the Skulk Charger. Oh, that might be... That's the other one that... That looks like the other icon that was there. Quintessence Infuser. Hyperbolic Microminer. Skulk Pylons. They'll probably be needed. Ultimate Gems will likely be needed. Subatomic Digital Assembler. Soulbinder. Angel Ring. We've already done that. What we're making now. And then that's a workbench. Okay, so we don't need to do any... I don't think we need to worry about too many just yet. Right, the next thing is, where is all of this going to be put? I kind of feel like we want to put it somewhere over here. This is where most of our request crafting stuff is right now, so I kind of feel like here. I know how it works, Obsess. I know how that bit works, at least. But I'm not going to bother putting the recipes in now if I don't need them, because it's just a waste of time. That's going to be kind of awkward, but it'll be fine. And I'm honestly not against coming back and doing it again later. If it means me not spending my entire time in a crafting table, I'm fine with it. Right, I am going to have to find a way of getting access to that, though. That should work. Oh, remember, there is actually a few things we haven't got that we still need to get set up for this. Be able to craft this. Like, we haven't got the solidified argon sorted yet. And I will always continue to do it my way. Also, why does... Twitch is really having a bit of a day today, isn't it? Twitch is really having a little bit of a day today. It keeps welcoming me back to the chat room. It's normally bad, but it's never normally this bad. Right, okay, so we've got to sort out the solidified argon, which means we're going to need another fluid solidifier. And a ball casting mold. It'd be a whole lot easier if we had access to the dual hatches. But we don't really yet, so... Alright, what do we need? Alright. What about the other fluid solidifiers that we got at the minute? What are we using for those? Just HV ones. So yeah, we'll upgrade all of them to EV. And then we'll do... do we want to do IV? No, I don't think that's much point. We're going to be upgrading it to a multi-block as soon as we can anyway. So I think I'll just do the one that we need for this, and then we'll worry about the others when we get to the multi-blocks. And Tribble, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. While we're waiting on that, let's go and put a few more things through here. Actually, we can probably just put another stack of the TBU fuel through here. It'll take a while for that to actually do anything. All right. There we go. And... Oh, hang on. One of these days I will get this automated. And we are missing sapphires. Okay, I'm going to have to go and buy some sapphires. Oh, hang on. We've still got that set up there. Oh, hang on. Have I got a 1 amp PV converter? Ooh, perfect. Fan provider. Well, just make one of the smaller ones. We don't need anything larger than that at the moment. What are we working on? At the moment, we're just working on getting the signal and plate micro miner. And since we're going to be needing more of the reinforced mining lasers later, we're just getting those automated. Or at least requestable. Right. So, we need... Is that the new one? I think that's the new one, right? Third one up. We do still need the ball mold. Should be fine. Why have I got a bucket of water on me? Right. Make sure that is actually working. Yep. Right. So, what they call reinforced mining lasers. I'm not expecting this to work, but you never know. Oh, it's certainly not, because apparently... Wait, what's using the HV circuits? Oh, God. Oh, It's the mining lasers, isn't it? I forgot to switch over the circuits to the universal ones. Yeah. I really wish that I could find a way to make it select the universal ones by default. Like, sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Right, let's try that again. Okay, it works. Okay, that's those sorted. I just don't like having my favorites bar kind of cluttered with stuff. Otherwise, it's a pretty good idea. Alright, so we've got the reinforced mining lasers. Go there and there. What else do we need? Double tungsten carbide plates. I'm pretty sure we don't have. Nope. We have a double tungsten carbide plate, but we don't have a recipe for it, so. Alright, how many do we need? 5. Right, what else do we need in there? Tungsten steel crates, which we don't have. The HV field generators. Signal and microminer engine cores. Compression dynamos. And energetic thrusters. Most of which we won't have. Although I'm pretty sure we don't have any of them. Right, okay. Tungsten steel crates should be easy enough. Long tungsten steel rods and plates in circuit 1. And how many of those do we need? 2. So we'll do the field generators legs. We're going to have to do the mercury, barium, calcium cuprate wire for those. Which I can't be bothered to sort out right this second. We'll do it in a minute. Right, signalum microminer engine frame is just a bunch of signalum shit. All right, what else do we need? Is that... am I going to have to upgrade my canner again? Yes. Yes, I am. I mean, we have got an IV canner. And I can't imagine I'm ever going to bother making the multi-block for this. Unless we really need it later. What happens if you put an HV cable in an MV area? So long as it doesn't attach to anything, nothing. If it attaches to anything else, if it attaches to a lower than HV tier machine, the machine will explode. I'm not sure what would happen if it attaches to an MV wire. I assume the MV wire would burn up. But yeah, if it doesn't connect to anything, it's fine. Come on. Yeah, pretty much. Right, how are we going to do this? I'm going to connect this with a peer-to-peer, but... Get rid of that. That works. All right, we have power. Honestly, Guitar Lilin, for the time being, I would just make sure you stick with just using the right tier of cable for that machine. There's a lot less chance of there being issues if you do that. There are other ways you can kind of mess around with it and do certain things, but you shouldn't need to. And if you don't know what you're doing, it can be a recipe for shit blowing up. Which I would assume you probably don't want. We need 2 of these, right? We do. Right, is that the core that I'm making, or is it... Yeah. Made too much of material for HV cables? You was hoping to just use it for cables? Honestly, you'll end up using a lot of it anyway. So I wouldn't worry about overcrafting stuff. Unless you, like, literally overcrafted to the tune of a few thousand stacks. I genuinely wouldn't worry about it. Oh, I've already got compression dynamos. Nice. Beautiful. Right, energetic thrusters. I'm going to assume that I do not have these yet. We can fix that. Those are just a crafting recipe. Try telling that to somebody who's accidentally crafted 64 stacks of buttons. Or some ridiculous amount of some completely useless item. That's 4 of these, right? Yeah. Oh, we still need this double signal in place, don't we? We just need 2 more of those. Represents that remark. Let's be honest, we've all done it at some point or another. You've accidentally crafted a huge amount of something or other. Not necessarily buttons, but like buttons, chests. What I'm trying to think what else you can accidentally craft loads of. You've got similar crafting recipes. Lead the 5th. Wait, what are we waiting on here? Resonating redstone. Okay. I need to upgrade the atomic reconstructor, but that one I am going to do the multi-block. Not because we need the multi-block as such. Mostly because the multi-block just kind of looks awesome. Right, the field generators are going to be a little bit more of a pain. Most stuff is fine. Magnesium diboride, no, it's not even magnesium diboride. Mercury, barium, calcium cuprate. Why, it's a little bit of a pain. Right, mercury, barium, calcium cuprate. Let's just work on getting that sorted first. Can we do this in... Do I want to just do this in the alloy blast smelters again? We do need mercury in there, though, and we haven't really got any mercury. So we're actually... Wait, do we have mercury? We've got 650 buckets of mercury, so not a lot. But a bit. Maybe we... just centrifuge a bunch of redstone. I don't think we need that much, though, do we? For this. We just need the 2 HV field generators. So let's do this in... Let's do it in the alloy blast smelter. We're just going to have to output mercury to it as well. How much do we need in it? Just 1 bucket. That's fine. Do we have everything else in there that we need? Jesus Christ. Can't press the right buttons today to save my life. Do we have oxygen? Do we even have oxygen in there? Yes, we do. Okay. Wait. I swear we've needed mercury, barium, calcium, cuprate for something else. I guess not. 16 ingots for each one. So, and that goes on... Oh, do we have nitrogen in there? Possibly. Go and check. We do not. Right, we said this was, what, circuit 15? Yeah. Oh, chart's gone down for me again as well. 3 pixel 1 KME cell for storing an item to craft to max. It was a 1 mil cell, then wonder where all the ores had gone. Ouch. Yeah, I know these are the default superconductors. We haven't got... There's something we haven't got in here. What was it? What am I missing here? Mercury, oxygen. Oh, it needs 16 buckets of nitrogen. Ah, that explains it. How long is that going to take? 38 seconds. That's not too bad. Okay, right. Let's set up the recipes for 4x wires. And then the field generator. See, this one's used the bloody universal circuits. Why couldn't the others? It's like to troll me, that's what it is. Right. Field generators. We need two of your finest field generators, please. While that's going, let's go and check on... I need to set up a thing over... I can't even find it now. Over here for these. How are you actually doing? Oh, that's actually gone through... We put 64 in there, didn't we? That's actually gone through 61 reasonably quickly. No, I've tried it, Reese. Because that's essentially the same circuit. And we already have, to be fair, we already have substitutions disabled anyway. It's like it picks a random one and then just goes with it. Right, I'm going to change these to a higher amount as well, so we can keep more than 32 of each in there. And I'm going to take a bunch of LEU233s. I've got to remember that we're using the LEU233s. And then we've got to wait till this is done. I'm actually... I was genuinely surprised at how much power you get out of these. It's considerably better than I thought it would be. At this point, it's kind of difficult to keep the fuel going consistently at the speed it gets used, especially like the LEU233 and the 235. As that gets used up pretty fucking quickly. And right now, we're not quite processing quickly enough. So, anyway, where are we? Oh, it's actually like directly below the terminals. Right, there's my field generators, and there is my tier 4 microminer. Fantastic. Okay. So, right, the fourth microminer. All of the tier 4 microminer missions require 4 quantum flux and 16 petroleum dust. This miner is the first convenient source of sheldonites, the best choice for creating platinum group sludge via a mission requiring a wither realm data. Eventually, when you unlock the hyperbolic microverse projector, you can also use it to gain a massive amount of stellar creation data at once. Some examples of what this microminer can get you are solidified bromine, thorium, oil sands, and grains of infinity. Fantastic. Platinum group processing wants to get us to get ruthenium and rhodium. We've already got this set up anyway. But anyway, a rudimentary version of platinum group sludge processing existed in the base pack. Here it is a strong source of the platinum group metals, ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum, as well as gold. All of these elements will be used in IV tier and above materials. You'll need to treat certain ores with nitric acid to yield PGS. Sheldonite is the best. Then using an HV centrifuge and aquaregia to break it down and reduce the resulting intermediates into metals. If this seems like a big hurdle to overcome, that's because it is. Not really. Focus on the steps necessary to make ruthenium at first, and then add on the other products as the need arises. This is not optional. Platinum group sludge processing is necessary to get your first iridium and osmium. However, you can get ruthenium and rhodium from laurite and cuprorhodesite in the microverse before then. We had this set up ages ago. Right, so ruthenium and rhodium. Fantastic. Right. Oh, apparently, why is iridium locked? Platinum group. Wait, that's not. Wait. Oh, it didn't. Apparently, my ruthenium wasn't good enough. Oh, does it only require one of them? But then why is it not nitric acid and tier 4 micromine? I'm assuming it's the nitric acid quest that we haven't got. Where was nitric acid? Does anyone know where the nitric acid is? Isn't there a way to search quests? I cannot for the life of me remember. Can anybody remember how you search for, like, search through quests in FTB quests? I know there's some way you can do it. Control F. Aha, thank you. Nitric acid, where is that? That didn't help me much. Right, this is great, but like, just show me where the quest is. Does anybody else find that a little odd? Or am I kind of screwing something up here? Like, it's showing me that it's... I think it's showing me it's in this tab. Oh, there it is. Okay. Right, why can't it just, like, highlight... Like, why can't it just center it on that quest? Don't let the EPA catch you making this. Nitrogen dioxide, oxygen, and water will create nitric acid, the next step in your chemical journey. Nitrogen dioxide can be made with a simple combination of nitrogen and oxygen, or skipped entirely with the large chemical reactor. Fantastic. Okay, right. Are you now going to give me my quest? You are. Fantastic. Right, and then we need iridium. Let's just make a few iridium ingots while we're at it. And then double iridium plates. And then that will give us the tier 5 microminer, which isn't too bad, I don't think. We'll need to process a lot more iridium, but that's fine. Anyway, right, let's have a look at what we can actually get with this, or what we actually want to get with this. We don't need the oil sands. We've got plenty of oil as it is. Thorium and pitch blends could possibly do with... We should really actually start looking now at automating some of these. Because there's a few that would be really useful to have, like this one. Like the Sheldonite, Bornite, Pentlandite, and Chalcocite. Would all be incredibly useful to have. We do need Wither Realm data, though, which... Oh, we can actually get that from a Wither prediction. Oh, actually, that's really not that bad. How much power does that use? 6,666. That's not bad. Okay, right, hold on. Let's make one of those. And grab those while we're at it. Model framework it's called, isn't it? We go. What else can we get from this? I'm assuming probably nether stars, but... Oh, no. Wither bones and Wither Realm data. Okay, right. Let's get a storage drive for this. I'd kind of like to get this this micro mission sent off at least once before we call it a day. Right, Wither Realm data. The problem is we need 5 Ritherwhelm datas. Yeah, that's... Yeah. 5 Wither Realm data, and given that this is going to start off at 5% chance, we might not get it anytime soon. Oh, right, hold on. Got to be at the Dragon's Breath in there. We've actually not got a lot of space left. We can get rid of most of these diamond ones soon, I think. If we just keep this at... I don't know, 16,000. And then we have to wait for 5 Wither Realm datas to be able to turn that off. Right, iridium is an advanced material used for microminers and for alloying with osmium into osmiridium. You can also get tons of this from Platinum Group Sludge, osmiridium 8020 ore, and iridosmine 8020 ore are available renewably from the tier 6 microminer as well as semi-renewably from the tier 5 microminer. Okay, so that I'm guessing that might be what you were talking about, Hubris, about the better Platinum Group options, which would make sense. We also do need to wait here until we get at least one of these, which might take a while. Alright, in the meantime, what else do we want to work on? Actually, what I want to work on right now is putting a few more of the... I think it was the 233 or the 235 fuels that we put through before. I think it was the 233, wasn't it? If we put 235s through... How much is that actually generating? Actually, not bad. I've been saying that a lot with that, but it really isn't too bad at all. Okay. So we need to wait over here for it to actually give us at least one Wither Realm data. Just so we can select it in here and it not shut everything else off. While we're waiting on that, what can we get with the tier 5 microminer? Bastnasites, ender pearls, beryllium, stellar creation data, palladium, monazite, molybdenite, powellite, and rarest metal mixture. Okay, that's actually going to be... That's the iridium and osmium as well. Relgar, sphalerite, and fluorite. Stabilized oganesson. Sheldonite, naquita. That's what we need. We need the naquita. So we need the tier 5 miner for that. That will get us to naquita. We probably want to start working on better circuits at some point in the near future as well. And the assembly line. Can we actually make the assembly lines now? We can. Bloody expensive, but we can make them. What else have we got? Rhodium-plated aluminum palladium. We need that for LUV hulls. I'm assuming, based on what I'm seeing there, circuit assembler. Oh, I was expecting the circuit assembler to need the assembly line. We do need it for the fusion reactors, though. Hey, there we go. With a realm data. There's one. Oh no, we only need 4. We don't need 5 of them. We just need 4. So let's see. What else do we need to do for this? We need cobalt brass drill head, and we need advanced drilling kits, and we need quantum flux as well. Well, look, tomorrow I think we'll look at starting to get some of the microminers passived. I think we've only got the basic drilling kits set up at the moment. Do I have lubricant in the multi-block? I don't think I do. I think we'll have to put this in a single block one for now. So yeah, we've still got all these that use fluids, which are a little bit of a pain. Right, cobalt brass drill head. The cobalt brass is actually going to be a bit of a pain. Not massively, but a little bit. Right, the cobalt brass. Just smelt those. And then cobalt brass dust. Got the mixer, circuit one. Should have everything. Right, and we need plates, and then we need forming press. Well, we're up to 2 with our realm data. Right, I'm going to make 10 of all the things we need for this, so we can put a bunch through in one go. What else do we need? Wither Realm data. Obviously, we're not going to be able to put them all the Wither Realm data through, but what I might do is set up an ME input bus on the miner, and then just output them to that. How am I doing for uraninite? We've still got 19,000 uraninite. All right. Just want to take... Micromine. Actually, we're going to want to do it from there, aren't we? Right, and we're going to want to take the microminer from there back to there. That should do for now. Then what we'll do, we'll set that to there. And we'll just output as many of those as we can, since I think this is about one of the only places these are used. At least for now. Apparently we need it for inert netherite scrap later, potentially, but that's fine. I take 10 of those. Oh, we've got 3 with the realm data. Once what I'll do, once we've got the last of the advanced drilling kits in, which I'm not sure what is taking the time with these. Oh, vanadium steel, I guess. It shouldn't be taking that long, though. Oh, it's 20 seconds each, I guess. Since it is only an IV assembler. Yeah, once we've got the first 4 with the realm data, and I can make sure this is working okay. I'll set that to passively output the Wither Realm data, then just let it go through then AFK for a bit after the stream, and then let it go through the 10 of them. We do need 1 more Wither Realm data, though. And we're only going to get, like, 1 of these every 50 seconds or so at the moment, with one data model. Which is not great, but it's something. There we go. Right, there's the 4 we needed. We put those into there. I just wanted to keep an eye on this. And that should... You're not going to work, are you? What are you missing? missing? Oh, petroleum. I might have to up the amount of these we've got stored as well. If these are all going to start using petroleum. There we go. Right, now we've got 3 minutes to wait while this does its thing. We are up to like 164 plutonium now, which isn't too bad. There's a weird... What's that dot on the screen? Oh, wait, is that... No. What, can you guys see the dot near the, Is that pointing me to that? It can't be, because... The fuck is that? Like, it changes as I get close to there. Huh. Very strange. I have no idea what that is. Exact difference, so no. But then what's... But it's going in 2 dimensions. Or 3, I guess. Yeah, 2 dimensions. Because it's going up and down and left and right. A little weird. Anyway. What do we need to do next? Hang on, do I already have fiber reinforced? I do, hang on. Do that as well. Right, nearly there. Oh, apparently we also need the fiber reinforced circuit board and the reinforced epoxy resin sheet. Oh, because that goes into making the multi-layered fiber reinforced printed circuit boards, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. All right, 15 seconds. There we go. Sheldonites, bornites, penlandite, and chalcosites. Right, now, this should all... right, where are we going? Where's... Full processing, there we go. Right, we should be able to put all of this through here. And... everything past the purified ones, we should go into... So yeah, that black lists bornite, chalcosite, chalcopyrites, cooperite, which is sheldonite. Which... What's the actual proper name for it? Because obviously sheldonite Cooper is named cooperite in the tags. Obviously a reference to Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory, I'm guessing. I would assume. But which is the actual name for it? Anyway, also galena, penlandite, sphalerite, and tetrahedrite all getting blocked from there, and then those are getting sent off to get stored over there. So all we should have to do with these is set them to auto output on here. Oh, wait, do I actually have penlandite in stock already? Oh, I did have a little bit. Wait. I've also got a ton of crushed penlandite as well. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why has that not been going through to get processed? What the fuck? Well, let's fix that. And that should put all that penlandite through, as well as all of these, which will go through, get processed, get turned into platinum group sludge. And then, if I can find it, we'll end up going through here and turning into PGS. And then getting processed and turned into all of the various flatline materials. Okay, anyway, there we go. That is... actually got a fair amount done. How are we doing for realm data? We've got another one in there. Yeah, I'll AFK, let this finish going through the 10 of these that I had planned. And then tomorrow, we will... what do we want to do tomorrow? Start looking at getting things passived for the microminers. And also looking to see if there's anything we need to do as far as the Ad Astra stuff goes. And going to other planets. Because we could only make the tier 1 rocket before now. We can definitely make the tier 2. Which I'm not sure where that will get me to. Planet-wise. I wish it actually told you. The tier 3 rocket is going to need HSSS plates. We can do the tier 2 and 3 rocket now. Not quite the tier 4 yet, though. Does anybody know the order of the planets from Ad Astra? Obviously goes Moon. I'm assuming Mars is next. Hang on, let me see if I can find a list. Because we could go into some of these other planets, because there's a few things we can fluid drill from them, which would be quite useful, and a few other bits and pieces we can get from certain planets. Is there anything that just tells me a list of which planets come in what order? Oh, well, we'll find it later. But there are a bunch of things that we can get. From like Venus, there is a bunch of ore veins on there, which will be useful, like tungstate scheelites, bauxite, dilithium lepidolite. Which ones are actually going to be useful here? Yeah, cuprorhodite, sheldonite, platinum, palladium. A few of those are going to be kind of useful. Then Mars, you've got beryllium, monazite, molybdenite, bastnasite, zeolite, chalcopyrite, tetrahedrite. Those are both used in the plat line as well. Not a huge amount of additional ones on Mars, although tungstate and scheelite looks like it might be available in larger quantities. I don't actually know what other planets there are. I can't remember. There's Nether, Overworld, Mercury, Venus. Mercury, I think, had some decent stuff. You can fluid drill for Mercury, blazing pyrotheum, sodium persulfate, which would be nice. Barite, laurite, and cuprorhodesites. Those are good for... I think that's got rhodium... ruthenium in it. And I'll have rhodium in it. Earth, Moon, Tier 1, Space Station, Mars, Venus, Mercury, Glacio, apparently. Okay, so Mercury will be like the tier 3. Okay, so we'll be able to get to Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, I think. It looks like we can make up to the tier 3 thing. So we could get some reasonable things from those. Thank you for finding that, Tribble. I appreciate it. Why can I not see what we can fluid drill? We've got sulfuric gas, ethylene. Where can we get ethylene from? Mars. That could be useful. Deuterium would also be useful to get. I could probably do with getting some deuterium from the moon. Mercury, raw oil. Fluorine from Mars. Actually, that would be a very good one to get. Making sure we got plenty of fluorine. Not that we're struggling for it at the moment, but it would be nice to have. Chlorobenzene from Glacio. Jelly cryothium. I feel like jelly cryothium might be useful for cooling down the Nuclearcraft reactors. The actively cooled ones. I'm assuming actively cooling still works. Liquid blaze from Venus. Sodium persulfate. We could get to sodium persulfate then. Which would be nice. Liquid ice from Mars. Sulfuric acid from Venus would actually be quite nice as well. Anyway, we'll look at this tomorrow. So we do want to start getting to passiving microminers. So we'll look into what we need to do for that. Because there are certain things that we need for all of them. Like we need to be able to make rocket fuel. We're already passiving that. The quantum flux is the big thing that we don't have right now. Quantum flux, because that seems to be used in all of them. There's a bunch of different recipes for it, like involving like dusts and various gems to make certain amounts of it. You can extract it from impossible realm data. So yeah, the general gist is we kind of want to get this stuff automated and a bunch of other things. And then we'll start looking towards making the tier 5 microminers and then getting to Naquadah. We should hopefully have that by, kind of like be able to get to that by Wednesday-ish. Wednesday or Thursday. Until then, though, thank you everybody for being here. I do massively appreciate it. I always do. I should be back tomorrow, like I say, around about the same time, 3 p.m. BST. I think we're still in British summertime. Yeah, either way, I should be back tomorrow around about the same time I started today. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. And I will see you all tomorrow. Just take care of yourselves.